Like, you may have lost pretty much everything, but you're also pretty high on the list, so. So there is that. God, man. This has been an exhausting week. Looking forward to tomorrow. Tomorrow's my day off, so I'm going to be chilling most of tomorrow. You want to know if your dwarf is still thriving? Alrighty, I'll take the hint. Streamers, start the game. I can babble once we start the game. We're in year 180, and I will be screenshotting all of the tributes because Stone is sleeping. He notified us that he was going to bed about 30 minutes before I started the stream, so. Stoney's gone to bed. So here we go. Once again, into the long, long land of Longdeath. And how is Crystal? That's a good question. The current living dwarves are Apostle, Sparkly 4K, Chimp, Danny, the Scoid, Peter, Demonoid, Narvicius, Orson Frakes, Vinsati, Belug, Taurus, Vuzel, Ragswolf, Kade, Anton Iceland, Trees, Cheers Jamie, Smash T, Simplex, Clay, Dreadvic, Bastet, Hazard Jeff, Diamond Destruct, Zane, Vim, Zanny, Cutest, Vagero Pro, Pilot, Cadanza, Socksmell, Zopiu II, Brander II, Animal II, Pablo, Blackhole, Mad Hijinks, and I have unfortunate news for you. Smoose, Dark Skynet, Axon, Eternal, Abe Xendi, Sui, Tiny Goliath, and Stone. So I'm mostly certain that you were killed. I knew that you were dead. But as far as the actual cause of death, that part's kind of tricky. I'm pretty sure that you were killed by a dwarf who tantrumed. Yeah. So I had a dwarf that kind of tantrumed who killed 2 dwarves. In a bit of a rampage, I expelled him. And it was kind of unfortunate, but you have a nice coffin. So if you have any requests for your tomb, let me know. But it is part of being a dwarf. And Longdeath is that everybody eventually dies. Not very many live for a very long period of time outside of that. But as for the fortress itself, we do have some unnamed dwarves and elves that are here to trade. But we do have some unnamed dwarves. And the reason we have some unnamed dwarves is because our population is technically 32, but the actual population is 49. We've brought in a whole bunch of merchants. And because of this, we're going to have a couple merchants dying every year. Pink metal walls? I could actually do that, ironically. I could give you pink metal walls. I could give you a pink metal door. At some point in the next 500 years? Like as in wanting a child to watch them grow up? Or... remotely, even though you know it's out of stock, you try to redeem it first. What, for the Twitch Prime subs? The berries? Do I have married couples making children? We have great-great-grandkids that are married making children. Like the great-great-grandkids of the... there you go. I can make you 1 rose gold door. The great-grandkids of the original 7 dwarves are making kids. Actively. Like, the most recent kids, Tiny Goliath and Stony, are Apostle and Sparkly's kids, who are the great-grandkids of Axon and Lump, and Axon is one of the original 7, right? Like, this is who is, like, making my babies now in this fortress, which is kind of really neat. Did your dwarf's sister ever have a kid? Can you remember what your dwarf's sister was named? Let me dive through my family trees for a second here. I just need to find somebody. Hey, Gimper. What's up, man? Why am I blanking? Which dwarf was I just looking at? Sparkly. Up at the top. No, you didn't. You never even got married. Right. Also, this dwarf died with 3 lovers and had 12 at one point. I need to figure out who Aegis's sister was. But I need to find Aegis first. Oh, there you are. Younger sister was Pablo. Is still alive. Actually. Is 161 years old. And is the daughter of Screw and Aqua. Yeah. Pablo is still alive. She is still alive and about 161 years old. Has killed 2 buzzards and a great horned owl. Has a pet goose who is dead. Had a pet goose. Has many kindred spirits and very close friends, but hasn't married. God, I was deep in menus there. Where's Pablo? Pablo's a militia. Oh, down at the bottom, sparring. Yeah, there's Pablo. Still in the military. Yeah, no, your dwarf never got married or anything. Do we have bone walls? You can't make walls out of bones, unfortunately. I am giving you a pink door, though. The pink door is about the most I can offer. Mostly because I don't want to give your dwarf too many fancy treatments, because then I have to do it for all of them. And I got elves to trade with my living dwarves. But the main project that we're currently working on is this. This is going to be my new tavern. And this currently is a big ol' empty room that's floating in the sky, which is going to become my new tavern. Kind of working around the edges with the rose gold and the black bronze to give it some nice coloration. I don't know what I'm going to do with the center. I kind of want the center to be glass, but then I'd need to actually make some glass because then we could have a skylight. And I've kind of got like this open area with like gem glass windows kind of around the edge here. So this is all gem glass windows. And then up above it is just like empty. So I need to do something with above this on the inside here. And then I need to do something with this hole in the top because I don't really want things just flying in. Hey, thanks, Vinsati, for the raid. Cheers, man. What were you playing? Were you playing dwarfs or were you doing something else? So yeah, kind of want to go around the edge of this and do something with the inside of this gem window. And then I've also, you know, got that massive ledge there that needs to be dealt with, and I need to figure out what I'm doing over here and other things. So we got a ways to go. Someone's vacuuming outside and just bumped into my doorway, and it was a very loud noise. What the fuck was that? But yeah, so that's kind of where we're sitting right now with the actual fort itself. And we should probably go trade with them elves. Just gonna sell them some prepared food, make my life easy. Yeah, you did ask if we could do bone walls because they would be cheap. Yeah, but there are no bone walls in the game, right? Was it venturing? Oh, in the hand-drawn islands. Find anything particularly interesting? Imagine interacting with elves in a way anyway beyond murder. That's the only way to purchase large tamed animals. And I'm trying to get them to give me sunberry seeds so I can make sunshine, which is the most valuable beverage in the game. They're very important traders. They're just peculiar. Imagine not being racist against elves. It's a weird concept. Heating bills to find out you will get paid instead. Oh, that's good. Good shit, man. I received a pretty funny letter from my IS, or not. I have absolutely no paper bills anymore. None of my bills come in paper form. They're all they all come in via email, and I got an email from my ISP, and I'm like, oh fuck, I get to pay my bill. And it's like amount owing minus $150. I was like, oh right, yeah, I super overpaid my bill last month because I panicked and paid it twice by mistake, which was fine. I just like their website was being shitty, and I accidentally paid the bill twice, so I don't have to pay. I don't have to pay my internet this month, which is awesome. I don't really like playing half-finished races, so no. I will play as elves and humans when Tarn adds them as playable races to the base game. I have no interest in playing mods that add them. I'll play overhaul mods that add new races, which I literally did yesterday. But no, I have no interest in playing in Fortress mode as elves. I'll play as elves and goblins and humans in adventure mode, but not in Fortress mode. Hello, person from YouTube. How are you? Porg chump. How's things? Hey, Cadanza. Also, your Dwarf, Cadanza. You're annoyed when caught in the rain. Typical. Afraid after experiencing trauma. 140 years old. You'll probably live for a good 10 years at least. Good 10 to 15 years. You have a good night, Crystal. I'll have a pink door ready for you when you get back. But welcome from the land of YouTube over to the land of Twitch, where things are significantly slower, less concise, and more drawn out. That's basically the main differences between the platforms. Twitch, YouTube, where everything is decently edited and pretty quick and to the point. Twitch, where everything is as long, drawn out, and slow as possible. Your dwarf seems to be mirroring your real life. What, having 10 to 15 years left to live? I hope not. Come on. I just want them to bring me sunberries. Or sunberry seeds. Come on, you elfy twits. Or, you know, more unicorns? One day. Hey, audio, what's up? How's things? When Longdeath gets involved? Yes. But that's part of the appeal, I think. More so getting annoyed when caught in the rain. Oh. Here's the thing, like, I'll actually go for walks in the rain because I like being in the rain. You hate work today? Why's that? Are you still working or are you off work now? Feel satisfied after learning about kicking. So I have two dwarves, Abe Abenzi and Dark Skynet, that are both a little whiny. And I'm doing my best to try and train them in military because they both wanted to practice martial arts. To fix them, which is a bit scary because if they decide to tantrum, then they're just really strong in tantruming with weapons. So hopefully that doesn't happen. But we'll see. It seems to be working on them a bit, but I need to kind of stare at them a little bit because I'm not in the most recent version, right? I'm in the previous version, so I get to keep very close eye on that. Still working. Benefit to working from home is opening up the stream on your personal laptop and watching. Yeah, fair. And a mostly horizontal trajectory. See, first off, jealous that you get to live in the Scottish Highlands. That's fucking awesome. Beautiful scenery out there. I've definitely gone on many Google Earth road trips around that area. But also, yeah, we get that sometimes too. Because, like, I live basically right on the ocean, right? And sometimes we get, like, these big gusts of wind up from like these big tropical storms will come up from, like, California or, like, across the ocean from Hawaii area. And it'll rain, like, sideways for a couple of days. And it'll be like, yep, nope, not going out in that. If they tantrum spiral and die, which won't happen because that doesn't happen in the current version, and I'm good at this game, then I die and I would start from the beginning in theory. But I have a feeling that if Longdeath dies, it won't be because of a tantrum spiral. If Longdeath dies, it'll be because of a it'll be because they stop like making babies. That would be why Longdeath would die, not because of a tantrum spiral. And I have backups every 10 years in case I lose to crashing. But that's in case of crashing. Tantrum spirals haven't been a big problem in Dwarf Fortress for about 5 years, but like everything with Dwarf Fortress, people remember bugs and think that they're still in the game because they hear a bunch of stories about bugs, and then when people Google things about Dwarf Fortress, they find old forum posts and assume that they're still relevant and current, which they're not. And tantrum spirals haven't been a thing in Dwarf Fortress in a very long time. Exactly. So you're working off of old information, which is like 5 or 6 patches old. Especially in counting the small balance fixes, like you're probably a dozen patches behind knowledge-wise. So, and a lot can change in 5 years. So currently we are restocking our alcohol supply and working on diorite blocks so I can continue my big constructions up in the sky. Yeah, and that's like so long ago the game wasn't even 3D. So, yeah, no, it's... Ooh, that was an owl that the dwarves just, like, demolished. The Spearmaster stabs the Great Horned Owl in the right foot, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Distressing. I mean, this game isn't strictly two-dimensional where you dig from left to right with mysterious, intelligent elephants and stuff that comes out of your well. I love trying to explain to this game to people that this game is 3D when all that they've ever seen is like 10 seconds of gameplay. Like I tried to explain that to my cousin the other day because he's seen me stream it, but he's never tried it. And someone in his chat was bothering him to try it, and he was just like, my cousin streams too, by the way, for reference, and he was just like, nah. He's much newer at this than I am. I've been doing this for a long time. He only started last year, but like, it's been funny seeing people from my chat go over to his world and be like, hey, you should play Dwarf Fort, and him being like, I don't know what's happening in that game, but then again, I don't know what the fuck he's doing in Factorio 90% of the time, so guess it just kind of comes with knowledge. Play game a lot and know what you're doing. Only seeing one flashing down arrow, but you're starting to get only positive moods. Boat Murdered is outdated. Boat Murdered was written in 2000 to... What year was Boat Murdered written? I don't want to be wrong. It's like 2010, right? Or earlier? What year was Boat Murdered? Hold on. It's gonna make me feel old. Because I found the LP archive, but I'm not seeing the post date. No, the boats were murdered. Yeah, was it 2007? The post that I'm looking at says 2008. and it ended in 2009. But I could be wrong. Added to the archive April 13th, 2007. Okay, actually, no, I found the date. Began on November 10th, 2006. Ended March 6th, 2007. So, Boat Murdered isn't out of date. It's like almost 15 years out of date. So, you could say it's out of date. Have some bits, though? Here's the thing, though. If you need help learning Dwarf, just ask. That is a lifetime ago for some people, probably. No, not probably. Guaranteed. There's definitely been people watching my stream that were born after Boat Murdered was finished. But yeah, I like Chase. If you do want help learning DF, let us know. We can help. Because, yes, it's tricky, but also it doesn't need to be that tricky. How's the other dwarf doing? I know that... Okay, you're still dwelling upon being unable to acquire something for too long, which is a problem. You feel wonder after learning about dodging. It's only 2/3 of your life. It's almost half my life. Not quite. It's like a year off of half my life. But yeah, no, it's a long fucking time ago. Was Boat Murdered. I've thought for ages about doing a dramatic reading series on YouTube of Boat Murdered. And then also like having bits and pieces where I'm just like, and this is how all of this is out of date. Is certain industries? You should do some industry challenge forts. Do what I do. Do a fort that has one goal, and it's learn a certain industry. Do a fort that literally has one goal, where you're just like, okay, what do I want to do with this fort? I want to make a minecart thing and kill some shit with minecarts. Doesn't matter if it's my own dwarves, livestock, enemies, or harmless creatures running around outside. Or I'm going to make soap and make a wall of soap. Or I'm going to make a mill and make flour and then see if they cook with it. Which I have. It's right over here. In fact, I should probably get one of my millers milling some plants. We'll do that. Why not? Those forts are fun. But yeah, no, if people do want to, if anybody's watching and you are new to Dwarf Fort and you would like to learn Dwarf Fortress, honestly, the easiest way to learn Dwarf Fortress is just to watch Dwarf Fortress. You want to make a zoo? I did that early on in this fort and then stopped. And now it's just got a couple immortal creatures in it. But if you do want to learn Dwarf Fort, it's nowhere near as bad as the initial learning curve feels like. The initial learning curve can be extremely daunting and very intimidating for new players. But it is something that I think people confuse a lot. So a lot of people confuse Dwarf Fortress with difficulty, whereas it's not actually difficult, it's just obtuse. And it's perfectly reasonable to learn an obtuse game relatively easily. But the biggest portion of that learning curve is what your... The most important thing to learn is what your options are. Once you've learned what your options are, the act of actually learning the game is significantly easier. The hardest part about learning the game is navigating the menus. No, the hardest part about the game is learning your options. And then once you know what you're... Because the menus hide your options, right? Once you know that the option exists, it is a lot easier to go and find it. it's a lot easier to go and look up that option, right? So once you know, oh, I need to do this X thing, it's a lot easier to go and learn that. Like, a lot of people think, okay, my dwarves need water. Wrong. Your dwarves need booze. Okay, so you tell a person your dwarf needs booze, and they go, okay, they need wine. What do you need to make wine? Grapes. Well, I don't have grapes. Okay, you can make wine, and then you tell the person, oh, you can make wine out of literally fucking everything. Also, those are not up for another 20 minutes, Aqua, just heads up. Yeah, for another 27 minutes and 22 seconds. So like that, and that's the problem, right? Once you tell somebody, oh, literally every plant more or less can be made into alcohol, and here's how you just gather them all, suddenly the game becomes a lot easier, right? But the game doesn't tell you that. You can make wine out of fucking anything IRL too? Sure, but people don't think that, right? That's when you tell somebody to go make wine, they think I need to make wine, right? They don't think that they need to make weird potato liquor, right? Or mushroom liquor. Also, I don't think there are any mushroom liquors in real life. I don't believe that's a thing. Oh no. I just see Dwarf's head takes the full brunt of the damage, and it says that the damage was done right there. How far did you fall? Is that blood? No, that's owl blood. Peter, are you okay? I assume so, because no one's died. The Craftsdorf Peter II is fighting. And the whole thing is just he fell. His head takes the full brunt of the impact. Well, he's fine. He is vengeful when joining an existing conflict. Does that include hitting your head? His head is bruised and his skull is bruised. Wine is more of a mystery slurry. You're not wrong. Huh. He's fighting with gravity. Fighting with the side of a building. Huh. There must be birds attacking. Yep, we're getting buzzarded. Buzzarded. That's why the frame rate's low. Apparently you can make wine out of mushrooms. Now, is this one of those, like, you can make wine out of mushrooms, but you don't want to make wine out of mushrooms? All right, chat, someone needs to help me find some mushroom wine because I need to try this. Why do I have a suspicion that mushroom wine is disgusting? Just a suspicion. How don't you get FPS death? By playing the game properly. Also, this fortress is 175 years old. And just mostly disposing of excess items and selling everything I don't need. And keeping my dwarven population, though. But that's more about keeping myself from getting invaded than frames. And this isn't even the big bit. Like, if I start it from the top, like, it's a pretty big fortress. But how don't I get frame death? I play the game correctly. Most frame deaths is caused by player error. The vast majority of them, in my experience, even. Just the standard default size, yeah. Robotic. Which is 4x4. The default. The recommended. I mean, I have 50 dwarves, which is how I actually keep my frames down. Or how I actually keep my frames up. The only time that I run into problems is times right now. Like, the frame rate sucks right now, but that's because of these buzzards. And buzzard pathing is special, so... Or airborne creatures. Pathing is special. I mean, I can't say that word. I don't know how to pronounce that, Darren, but it doesn't read bad. Looking at it in my brain, it seems fine. No, I mean, tailoring your fortress size and embark dimensions to the power of your CPU is part of it. Katsu. Like, and this is something that I was talking about a while ago. You know, like there's somebody who comes around this stream sometimes, not so much these days, but sometimes, and he plays Dwarf Fortress on a netbook from 2009, and he has no frame rate problems. How, you might ask? He embarks on the smallest possible tile, has his dwarf cap set to 20, has his invader cap, so the point where invaders will show up, set to 19, so he'll get invasions, right? And he'll get mega beasts and kings and all that stuff. And he has the enemy invader cap set to 40. So the most enemy invaders he can get is 40, and the most dwarves he can get is 20. And it runs just fine, albeit a little bit slow at points. Like there's times where his frames will go down a little bit more than he would like, but in general, his frames are totally fine. He has no problems. So overall, it's all about just setting up your fortress and your embarks and your dwarf population and your settings to what your computer has power-wise. If you have a very powerful computer, yeah, you can run 250 dwarves in a massive fortress. If you want to have a fortress that lasts for a really long time, you need a smaller population. If you want a fortress that is giant, that builds really well, you have to be very smart about how you lay out your roads, and your hallways and your rooms and your doors. And it's just like, you just have to set it up right. happyhomestead.co.uk/mushroomwine. All right, I need to try this. I have a friend who's making wine. I wonder if I could commission him to make this. Pods? Does what affect FPS? You didn't ask a first part of that question. You just said, does it affect FPS? Looking forward to it. I know a lot of people who made mead in the last year. Mead is really easy to make. The problem with mead is acquiring the honey. But if you have easy access to large sums of honey, it's very easy to make mead. Speaking of, I got bee wax. Meaning they must have been pressing. My mead operation is up and running again, which means I can make wax crafts. I don't have a lot of wax, but I can make wax crafts. Oh, about world size? If you have a large world, yes, it'll affect like save and load times more than anything, but yes, it will affect your overall frames. It will affect your overall frames, but world size is not as important as dwarf population in dealing with excess items. Yeah, see, honey is quite hard to come by here. You basically need to know somebody who has a distributor. Like, getting large amounts of honey cheaply here. Like, there's places where you can buy bulk honey, for sure, but it's not cheap. So. Dwelling upon tattered clothing. But you don't have tattered clothing right now. Maybe I need to take the military off work. I think I'm going to take them off training for a little bit. But I'm going to leave them in military garb. Let them go pick stuff up. So they can go take a break. That has been diluted with high fructose corn syrup. Yeah, that's why you need to find raw honey. You need to find raw honey. I mean, I have a very small amount of raw honey for dealing with lows. So when my blood sugar goes low, I just take a half a teaspoon of raw honey, and that fixes me. I find it more pleasant than taking the big old sugar tablets, and it's cheaper than the medicine option. But it doesn't taste like chalk, like the sugar tablets. You have to limit your intake. Yeah, I mean, I only get honey when I feel like I'm about to die, so I know that feeling. Well, that dwarf just murdered that fucking buzzard. It just punched it and its head explodes. Stonecrafter punches the buzzard in the head with her right hand, and the injured part explodes into gore. Literally punched it in the head until its head exploded. What, in Dwarf Fortress? You don't need to micromanage. Like, if you have 50 dwarves, someone's going to have the job. You can micromanage as much or as little as you want. Like, you don't need any external plugins to do it. Like, another thing that I should probably mention to anybody who is newish here, because I just put a video up, but like, to anybody who's newish here, I'm not using Dwarf Therapist or DF Hack. This is completely vanilla. You can manage everything from vanilla. The big problem with Dwarf Fortress is there's a lot of metas and things that players just do, which do hurt your frames. Like, just the concept of needing to hoard everything that so many players do, just kind of absent-mindedly. Like, you'll see what I'm talking about in a minute when I trade with the dwarves, when they arrive in fall. Well, at least limiting your intake is what you need to do to keep yourself healthy, right? You just got to do what you got to do. Limiting your intake is not a negative thing. It's just type 2. You'll be okay. Just be smart with what you eat. You need your 5,000 plum seeds, especially when water hits them. Goddamn, food is so overproduced in so many forts. It's like I was watching somebody a couple months ago, and it was like 100 and something thousand meals in like a 15-year-old fort. Why did well, I mean, clearly you did something to make the trader leave their stuff behind. But deconstruct your trade depot and just atom smash it all. Yep. Cut the livestock into pieces, make the pieces into crafts, sell the crafts to somebody, or just give them to somebody. Yeah, there's lots of things you can do, but it's all about just managing your items. It's all about just managing your items and your item supply. I mean, Dwarf Fortress isn't a clicker, right? The player exists for a reason. There's always going to be a degree of just kind of letting them do their thing. But outside of that, you do need to play. You do need to interact. This is my dwarven fort. Someone please make that cover. Someone please make that cover. Because that would be awesome. Cut livestock into pieces. Well, actually, it's more like cut cats into pieces. So maybe we shouldn't do that. But yeah, no, most people's knowledge of Dwarf Fortress comes from memes. And they all assume that all memes are true, which is very rarely actually the case. Mince my mushrooms into pieces. Mince mushrooms into pieces. I see, I do that in my kitchen. Are those tiles in the middle of paved road? Hold on. Human caravan has arrived to trade. You mean these? I mean, technically they're iron floor. They're not paved roads, if that's what you're talking about. Their floor is made of iron. Also, this is technically outdoors, all of this. This is all technically outdoors. It's just in a really big hole. So this is actually like land level. And this is my big old hole that I dug. Yeah, so if those are what you were asking about, yeah, they're technically floors, but they're just there for decorative reasons. For decorative reasons, because I had like 30,000 blocks of iron or something, and that's before they were turned into bars, so I have more iron than I will ever use in 1,000 years, so because I literally have 1,000 years, and yeah, they're fine. Speaking of, I need to murder some sheepies. And some cows while I'm at it. More like 825. Okay, fair enough. But this was back like 150 years ago, when I had like 800 or 970 years to go. But thank you for the clarification, Coffer. It's much appreciated. But that's preposterous, Katsu. Does the value reduction over time apply to consumables like prepared meals? Value reduction over time? I have no idea. I have no idea. Something that I am trying to figure out how I'm going to sort through them are choirs. Choirs. Because choirs are a concern. I mean, just being a smartass will get a smartass response. I'm devaluing? Well, I'm not devaluing them. I'm getting rid of them. I'm getting them off of the map, right? So that the game doesn't need to load them and track them anymore. So if you have a boulder and you can turn it into a figurine, and then you can trade the figurine. It's way faster to trade 700 figurines than it is to trade 700 boulders, because boulders are way heavier than figurines, if that makes any sense. So if you want to get rid of a lot of stuff really quickly... Also, hold up. It's just the one caravan and there's no royal merchant. Interesting. Zaki has not shown up. I'm wondering if we'll see Zaki. Zaki is the royal treasurer from the human civs, who has totally white hair, so we know Zaki must be pretty old. So we're wondering how many more times we're going to see Zaki. Are you talking about, like, the global stock market price? I have no idea. I don't pay attention to any of that stuff. I just sell what I have. Like, if it's actually, like, affecting the world stock, I've never actually encountered that. Oh. The royal treasurer. Okay, there's Zaki. You did finally show up. I was wondering. But yeah, I have no idea how any of that stuff works. And I'm not intentionally devaluing anything. Like, most of the stuff I'm gifting anyway. Like, I'll trade, like, 1,000 things for a single block. Like, I'm not paying any attention to the prices. I'm just trying to get rid of it. But also keeping the value in the fort. See, I don't care about keeping the value in the fort. I mean, if you want, like, dragons, sure. But, like, my value is kind of ridiculous anyway, so... Because value is what attracts big animals, but, like, we've got more than enough value for that. That's a non-issue currently. I've always found, like, encrusting furniture with gems to be weirdly tedious and would rather use real gems for it anyway. The main issue with that for me is I feel like whenever I start encrusting shit, I start encrusting shit with wood, and that's how I actually accidentally upset the elves, is by trading them something that's encrusted with something. It's like, oh, this bolt is encrusted with wood. It's like, but it's made of iron! Whoops! And the last time I accidentally traded them something made out of wood was in, like, year 20, and then they didn't trade with me for 30 years, so... Zaki says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood, so I don't piss off the elves. It would walk into the fort and get stuck in a cage trap, because I have, like, 5 different redundancies to get it stuck in a cage trap, but yes. I don't know if you have volume today, Silvershea, but that's how it would go. Quite literally, that is how it would go. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. What's my pop cap level? 55 dwarves with children. Currently we're at 49. 32 citizens. The rest are all merchants. Because I haven't gotten a migrant wave from the mountain home in about 50 years now, maybe more. Because the mountain home has been invading this one goblin fort for a very long time. In theory, I could help. And so that's been curbing their population. So my mountain home only has 50 dwarves in it. Whereas, like, the 2 hillixes neighboring it have hundreds. We'd get migrants from there if they had a bigger population, but their population is curbed because of all the deaths that keep happening here. And I don't want to help because I don't want them to know that I'm here. So I don't want to get invaded. If I got invaded, that would be not great. Because invasions tend to escalate because there's no actual... What's the word I'm looking for here? There's no actual method of stopping a war once it's started in Dwarf Fort. You're just locked into it. So I don't want to end up in a war. So I'm doing literally everything in my power to not go to war. So I'm hiding, basically, in plain sight. Most of the gameplay of this fortress is just me trading and running protection rackets, because I do not want to go to war. Why'd they bring so many blocks? I'll bet you they brought all of these blocks because I sold them a ton of blocks. That's interesting. I actually have no cats in the fortress right now. I'll take a cat. I have a slug for sale. It's disgusting. That can occur, which can also crash your fortress. That's the other reason I'm not invading. But the reason I just listed is more RP stuff. Where it's like, yeah, I mean... Let's get this cat out of here. It's like, yeah, I could, you know, just invade things. I'm not too worried about the equipment bug because it's pretty uncommon. In my experience, anyway. But it's like, yeah, no. I mean, the invasions are what I do one-off fortresses for, right? This fortress I've been running for 6 months and will run for another year, probably, to get it done. But I've been dawdling. If I actually, like, did 4 years a day, which I could do, because that would be about 8 hours a day, 8-9 hours a day, I could do it. But it's very much a... I've been kind of dawdling with this fort. The forts where I do fights are my weekend forts and other forts. So I have fortresses for that stuff. Where did this cow come from? And why are you down here? Oh, you're not following your mother, are you? That's distressing. Well, we'll slaughter you too since you're there already. There you go, investments are open now. Yeah, invasions are fun and war is fun, but I find the interpersonal relationships and the little stories that build in Dwarf Fortress to be way more fun. I think I'll enjoy the combat in Dwarf Fortress a lot more once the next major release happens after Villains Part 2, unless they get better sieges in the next release. Whenever better sieges come in, that's when I'll actually enjoy. There's the door for Rose. I feel like once that comes out, I'll actually enjoy the combat more. Because currently, I don't find the combat particularly engaging. What's up, Mirth? What's up? And Zeta, how's things? But currently, I don't find the combat particularly interesting. Like, setting up defenses is fun, and making Rube Goldberg machines to systematically murder every single goblin that invades is pretty fun. And dropping stuff down volcanoes is also pretty fun. And covering stuff with lava is pretty fun. But, like, actually telling my dwarves to go murder a thing is, I mean, it's fine. But making, like, self-cleaning magma chambers and stuff is very fun and very rewarding. And fighting Forgotten Beasts is very fun. Watching those fights. But... just the standard war stuff is kind of take it or leave it, really, for me. It's not stuff that I need, really, in my DF time, in my time in the fortress. I'm opening up my YouTube channel, so if you hear my voice in the background, I apologize. I'm opening up my own YouTube channel because I want to know how close I am to 1 million views. So I'm at 992,015 views. Because holy hell. Kind of wish that there was a site that could give me real-time views. Because there's real-time subscriber counts, but... I have a feeling tomorrow I'm going to hit 1 million views on YouTube. which is a pretty big number milestone. Doesn't matter how big your channel is. That's a pretty big number milestone. Look at all of that meat. Delicious. You know, let's just quickly make some ash. Not glaze. Just ash. Let's make 20 ash. Let's make... I need to re-up my soap stock, which we're probably getting low on. I haven't seen dwarves cleaning themselves with soap in a couple years, so should make some soap. Last thing you want is for a dwarf to just die for not having soap. Or are you talking about like spatial sound? I know Tarn talked about that at one point. And that's something that could happen at some point because I have the code base for it. Where like different workshops can make different sounds and the sounds fade in and out based on where your camera is. That is something he could do. So maybe we'll get that at some point, which would be neat. I'd be down for that. I think that would be kind of cool. Just the sounds of drums, drums, drums in the deep. That actually kind of sucks. Like that's the one Lord of the Ring thing that we don't really get. We don't really get like invasions from the depths. It would be really cool if goblin invasions could come from underground. Sounds of screaming, just ah! Or like if you have a fell mood and he lets out a laugh, foul and fell and terrible. Yes. Let the fell moods scream. Yeah, it looks like all the wild animals are out. These guys just need to be tamed, that got captured, and then slaughtered. I do have tons. And I do mean tons. I'm not out of diorite, am I? I am out of diorite. And I do have tons of ideas of how foul moods could sound. Although I don't know if we'd want to hear the screams of fights, though. I think I'd want to just hear like sword sounds, because I feel like the combat could get like distressingly upsetting if they actually went all out with that. Start from a cavern could be cool. I do that sometimes. I'll just dig down and dig a layer 3 cavern fort. It's funny when like people are just like, yo, Dwarf Fortress is too easy. It's like, I start, dig all the way down to the 3rd cavern layer and build a fort in the open. Good luck. That's how you make DF hard. That's Dwarf Fortress hard mode right there, is surviving in the 3rd cavern layer, because that's where you get like just swarmed by everything. But yeah, doing cavern forts are fun. Starting a reanimating biome on layer 3 cavern fort. Good luck. What's my current project? Keeping this fortress alive for 1,000 years. And building the Sky Dome. I don't know what I'm actually calling it, but this thing. This thing. I just need more building blocks for it. And I'm kind of waiting for the rainy season to be over. Although we are in midsummer, so I guess I could start working on it. I also need to work on this area over here. What does it do? It's going to be a new tavern. It's just fancy. Literally everything in this fortress is just for looks. Quite literally everything. Because big magma pumps and stuff are real bad for frame rate. And I got to keep my dwarves busy somehow. Why is there miasma in that bedroom? Who left the cheese in their bedroom? Undead Grundle parts to humble the veteran DF player. Last time I was on a reanimating biome, I was a 50-50 biome, so it was 50-50 Untamed Wilds swamp and reanimating biome. That was just like, it was evil desert basically. And so it was constantly raining pus on the surface in the evil desert. But after a siege, we did a pretty good job cleaning all the zombies out after we murdered all of the things. And there was a sentient neck that was inching its way down my hallway, which I didn't notice, and it killed one of my cats. And then they named it, so it was a named reanimated neck. So there was a reanimated neck in Legends, which is kind of great. Are aware of subnets and generally need a default gateway. What? There's a lot of words in that sentence I don't get. It's morbidly funny. Oh, it was hilarious. We were laughing real hard. It wasn't a dwarf neck. No. It was a goblin neck. It was a goblin neck. Terrible networking joke? Okay. Whoosh. It read like one of those only server techs will get this joke kind of jokes. Took me way too long to get that. I mean, I still don't really get it, but that's okay. I am well aware of the fact that I am not the most technologically intelligent. How's that? When it comes to certain terminologies. Yay! You're getting way happier. You mastered fighting? Really? You're still dreaming of creating a great work of art. I mean, I could get some bone crafts up and running. I have tons of bones right now. Let's do bone rings. 100 and bone earrings. 100 and bone crown. 150. What giant cave spiders make? So then what's a dom net? You know what's real fun is if you dig into your world's raws and you find the total population of cave spiders. Not giant cave spiders, just normal ass cave spiders. It's like 18 million cave spiders live in your world. It's like how many of the different vermin types live in your world? It's real fun. How many maggots live in my world? Like individual fucking maggots. How many fluffy wamblers live in my world? Interested after pondering foraging behavior. So at what point do I throw 10 eggs at it? Diamond? I'm still wondering why. Pilot guy? All of this time has passed and I'm still wondering why. 33% wrong and 90% incomplete. Does not compute. Put pencil in eye socket. The hell, neighbors above me? I think the neighbors above me are still moving in. Because they moved in on the first. And it sounds like they're dragging a sofa or something. It's like, grrr, donk. Grrr, donk. Like, I get it, but do you need to drop it every 5 seconds? Jesus. Sounds like a very small person is like, you know, moving a sofa. Do I even have a soap maker shop right now? I do. I also have a single ashery, which I should probably make another one of. This will also help me figure out if I have stuff to make lye? Because I don't actually know if I do. So I'm a little bit less worried about Dark Skynet than I am about Abe. This is the dwarf that I'm actually kind of worried about. I'm just going to go into your farming tasks and give you lye making and soap making. I'll let you help on these 2 tasks up and coming. Are you sleeping in a bedroom filled with the stench of rotting flesh? Yes, you are. Well, there go all the human traders, all 250 of them. Yes, Wi-Fi is indeed a cable. You connect it to the wall and it make internet. I will never forget the first time one of my older customers at my old job asked me if I could give her the Wi-Fi password, unironically. And it was really hard to not just crack up laughing. It was really, really hard to not just burst out laughing. It's like, could you give me the Wi-Fi password? Yes, ma'am. I mean, it's Wi-Fi here, right? And she was definitely a native English speaker, but she was calling it Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi. It's definitely Wi-Fi here. But I'm sure that changes from region to region. Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi. I need a stronger Wi-Fi signal. Nah, it doesn't roll off the tongue well enough. Wi-Fi. So if you Wi-Fi it, does that mean that you missed? Or does that mean that you have the Wi-Fi password? What I do like is when people say, or is when people take their Wi-Fi like network and make puns out of the name of it. Like Pretty Fly for a Wi-Fi is a pretty good classic one that I've seen in many places. Ugh. Downloading porn on D-Link is also a really good joke Wi-Fi name. Wi-Fi? That's how you say it in non-English speaking countries? That's interesting. I mean, like, that sort of stuff is very out of my realm of knowledge for sure. Do I have 2 people making light? I do. Sweet. Okay, so in Brazil you guys say it the same then. I'm pretty sure like that's the correct way to say it, but it's calling it Wi-Fi. But I know that there are certain regions where they pronounce it differently. I just find that stuff amusing. I never consider it to be an issue. I just find it amusing. So that's all ash right there. We're going to make soap from tallow on repeat until we run out. Think your router's from across the river? Can I ask what your Wi-Fi name is? WLAN? Really? Wireless LAN. I have one response to that. Goffer? Nerd. Nerds! The lot of them. And the airport is across the river? Oh, really? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I've always had various puns on my Wi-Fi network. Currently, my Wi-Fi network is called a Dwarf Fortress reference, so. Tommy, Star Wars mashup is pretty funny, by the way. It's pretty great, isn't it? It's what you call extremely good editing. It's extremely good editing, and it's the reason the internet exists. You can set emojis on most routers. What is your router name? Yeah, I know. I also think that emojis should mostly burn in a fire. So I, because of that, simply ignore that they exist outside of Twitch. Twitch is the only place that I will... Twitch and Discord are the only places that I will acknowledge the existence of emojis. Everywhere else... especially in like personal texts and stuff to people I know. Fuck that shit. Ryan, it's been a minute. How is you? Hasn't been that long though. Maybe a couple days. What's up, man? Is the weather spicy over there yet? Because it's been above freezing the past week, and I don't know how to feel about it. It's starting to make me sad. It's sunny outside. Although I do have some fresh air coming in through the window, which has been lovely today so far. But how's things, man? What's up? You were in the low 30s? Wait, Fahrenheit or Celsius? It was the low 30s Fahrenheit, nice and chill. Low 30s Celsius, too fucking hot. Fahrenheit? Okay. Okay. Okay, that's good. Yep. Pretty much nailed it, Diamond. I feel like the average intelligence of humans goes down with the every year as emojis get more complicated. So you would like to practice some martial art. This dwarf might need to just be expelled. The problem with these guys is like I could fix this dwarf by just putting you in the military, but I can't put you in the military because you're a merchant. So you're not technically a part of the fort. Which is tough. Yeah. No, that's like nice and cozy. It's about the same as here then. But it's been like bright and sunny. So like if you stand in the sun over here, outside, it's like nice and chill, breezy, but also like pleasant and warm in the sun. It's hard to explain. High is 26 to 28 C. Ugh. Gross. Anyway, what you been up to, Ryan? It's been a little bit. It has been a little bit. The only real exciting thing happening around here is that my YouTube channel is probably going to hit 1 million views today. Dealing with life stuff? Why did I read that as dealing with wife stuff? And I was about to be like, you have a wife? I was about to be very confused. But, okay, dealing with life stuff is fair. Yeah. I mean, I feel like everybody's just been dealing with life stuff nonstop since forever. Does Sim still have Sim Sneeze? Because Sim Sneeze is the best. The best. Cheers, H2O. I think them elves look lovely. It's kind of neat seeing them in their traditional bark armor. Looks very flammable, if you know what I mean. I do sneeze like that. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do, right? Put your eyes under your elbow. Let's sneeze underneath it. That is indeed how you're supposed to sneeze. Is anybody making me soap? It's been a while since I made soap. Zane, guess what? You get a new job. Because I hear that you're sad. You're just happy that you can Sim cringe? Yeah. Sim sometimes graces me with his presence in my chat, and it makes me very happy to see Sim. But I have to stream pretty late at night to see Sim pop by. Got a few problem dwarves right now. A lot of mood management today. Nothing major, but still a lot of mood management. Yeah, that even for me, that news update is getting a lot of views. Like, pretty standard view counts for a video for me is like 1,000 views in about 5 hours, right? This one just hit 1,000 views in an hour and a half. And it's, give it an hour and it'll be at 2,000, which is a lot for me. That's very fast. But I'll bet you that because it is kind of the first appearance of Elven Wood armor, that video will do quite well. It's going to be fun to watch. I like watching YouTube graphs. Like, check this shit out. Just boink. Like, that's where I put that video out. Well, actually, that was where I put the video out, but you missed a video. Yeah, you did. Go watch. It's about wood armor and elves. Elfs. Also, we've been talking about it on and off since you got here. And, well, I'm saying you need to pay more attention. I wonder what kind of soap we're making. Kangaroo soap? Well, ain't that exciting. We're making Roo soap. We're going to call it Rude brand. I wonder if you can buy kangaroo soap in real life. Shame you? But only with your consent? You heard it here first, folks. Diamond likes being shamed. Shame. 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 So outside of life stuff, how's Rhinestone been? Is work still paying you? Because last I heard, you were like, yay, work is actually paying me. Which is like, I don't think it's legal for them to not pay you. So hopefully work's still paying. And everything's okay over there. I'm just like gearing up to pay my taxes and going. It's that season. It's more of a, actually, I need to sit down and do all the paperwork for my taxes. More of a that than and less of a actual concern. Would you look at that? The annual tributes have arrived from Nulan Abo. That doesn't look so much like a human name. It's a weird name. Looks like an elfy name. A many-hour exercise? Mine are. Normal people's are not. But mine are. Back when I had a normal job, and I didn't work for myself, my taxes were like sign two things on a piece of paper and mail it. Like quite literally, it was very simple. It was very much like, all right, here's a few pieces of paper, write down like one or two numbers which are listed on this other piece of paper that I already have, and then sign two things and then just mail it, and it was done. Now I have to go through every single platform that makes me money and write down and print off proof of income from every single one of those things, proof of the fact that I got income from them, figure out how much I made every month, all of the money that goes into my PayPal, anything I did from any sort of investing, everything that comes from every single one of the different companies that pays me. So every single everything from merch to sponsorships to everything in the background to tips, Twitch payments, everything. So that takes a little while. Good Lord, this is such a big thing. Just screenshotting this stuff for Stony. There we go. Well, here's the thing. As of this year, am now on disability, technically. I don't get a disability pension, but I'm now on disability. So I need to figure out how that factors in now, too. So, like, yeah. It's because I'm a private business owner, and that's the only reason, right? If I worked a traditional job still, my taxes would be very easy. It's only complicated because I'm a private business owner who is not paying an accountant. If I was paying an accountant, I would literally need to just like go to somebody's office and sign a piece of paper or virtually sign a piece of paper. It would be very easy if I had an accountant. But I can't really afford an accountant, so I guess kangaroo soap is what we're getting. I'm gonna go top off my coffee real quick because I have some coffee sitting on the counter still, so I'll be back in a sec with that. I very rarely do this, but I actually microwaved my coffee. Gotta love that ruse soap. Yeah, you gotta love that ruse soap. I leave the game unpaused all the time. I literally never pause this game.
No!
Unless it's like a new fort where I don't know the surrounding areas very well. No, 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 no! No! No. You're back on your T kick. Why is the tea kicking you? What kind of tea, though? Are we talking like an Earl Grey, a black tea, a green, a mint? You got a new keyboard. Ooh. What kind of keyboard? Oh, Ryan, I am now a proud owner of Rick Astley's "Never Gonna Give You Up" on a 45-inch vinyl single. It sounds like a 99-cent record, but it's more than good enough to rickroll people. I can make it loud enough that you can hear it on the other end of my apartment complex. So I can play it in my apartment, open the sliding glass door, and walk all the way across the apartment complex and hear it clearly. So I can rickroll my whole building. Of course, I could have done that previously, but now I can do it and feel good about it instead of doing it and feeling obnoxious about it. So that's fun. Ooh. Not bad. Not bad. I'm going to sell all of these non-giant spiked balls. Also because I'm tired of storing them. I just got rid of all of my clothes, so I don't really have too many more that I need to get rid of. Let's get rid of all these ones that are just close by. Keep the further away ones. Can sell a couple cages. Keeping the buckets, keeping the goblets, keeping that, keeping that, keeping the backpacks, and all that. And you know what? I think I'm going to get rid of all of those and replace them with iron splints. Same with the crutches. They're not super clicky? Do you know what color they are? Because I could look up a comparison video. So are they like Razer's like lime green switches? Although Razer's lime green switches are just louder blues. So fuck those switches. I like my browns. They're not super clicky. They're kind of soft, but like they feel good. Makes it where you can just grab. Ooh, that's kind of neat, actually. I think I've seen keyboards like that. Bellinair has a keyboard that you can like just like wash with a cloth. I like my keyboard though. I don't think I'm gonna stop using this one until it like actually breaks. Anything that has like a replaceable cable, and this one has a replaceable cable, and it's not proprietary. It's just like mini USB. Like not even micro USB. It's just mini USB. In fact, ironically, this cable, it's the same cable that you can plug into an Xbox controller, oddly enough. Yeah, we got a whole bunch of kangaroo soap getting made. Wishing it was Type-C? Really? I find Type-C snaps too easily. I've snapped enough Type-Cs. Wait, hold on a second. Okay, FICOD did show up. I was going to say, where's FICOD? Post liaison. Also, Rhinestone, you missed a fever dream. Your son loves that song and the music video? Oh, really? That's kind of great, though. Because Rick Astley's good music, though, Aqua. Oh, you like oolong tea? I had a purple oolong. Sorry, I got a little distracted on the keyboard talk, but I had a purple oolong tea, which was like a tea blend. So it had like oolong, it had green. It was mostly oolong, but it had green and it had flower petals in it, which made it go all purple. Dried flower petals. They added like a fragrance to it. It was very fancy. It was a gift from a number of years ago, but it was very, very, very good tea. I drank all of it. Finished it towards the start of the pandemic. I kind of miss it. It was a purple oolong. Type B? Oh, those things. Isn't that what charges Game Boy Advance SPs? Are like almost identical? I always just called those square USBs. I never knew that those were called Type Bs. That's also what powers my both of my MIDI controllers, actually. Well, my DAC and my MIDI controller. Interesting. Trading is done with the Dwarfs. Really? Weird. I want to say my Blue Yeti is USB Micro, which is the worst era of USB. I'm like at a point now where it's just everything just needs to be like the nice big audio plugs. I don't want any USB mics anymore. I've done enough messing about with USB mics, and I never want to go back to that life. Not that USB mics are necessarily bad, but if given the option. I'm amazed by how many people seem to think that elves are taller than humans in comments right now. There's a lot of people that are just like, it would be very easy to make them distinguishable. Just make the elves 2 pixels taller. It's like, no, but elves are supposed to be shorter. What? Elves are shorter than humans in Dwarf Fort. What are y'all's fucking smokings? Jesus. Goddamn noobs. Don't know anything. It's very funny to me. I find that stuff very amusing. Because I'm sitting here going like, y'all are wrong. Yeah, they are. They're this... dwarves, elves, and goblins are all small. So they're all the same size, approximately. Dwarves, elves, and goblins. And humans are tall. So humans wear large clothing, whereas... goblins, elves, and dwarves can all share the same kind of clothing. So if you have a human in your fortress, you have to make large clothing. So you have to let's just say shirt, yarn, because I'm not actually going to make it, 1. Then you have to hit D, and then you have to specify size. And then either animal people, if you have animal people, dwarves, or wherever humans are. Humans, there you are. So you have to size them for humans. Whereas elves, also apparently there's hedgehog people in this world. Goblins, like, you could size something specifically, but they can just wear the clothing for the dwarves. kind of soap you making now? Still the ruse soap, eh? Platypusmen? It's the praying mantis people that you need to be afraid of. Because they have, like, they dual wield giant scissors, and it's terrifying. And they can grab onto you and pull you. It's like just guaranteed death, basically. Generally speaking, in most fantasy settings, elves are either the same height as humans or taller. Yes, I know generally speaking, but Dwarf Fortress isn't generally speaking. Dwarf Fortress is kind of unique. Kind of. It also is extremely generic in some ways, but its uniqueness is what makes it interesting. Just checking something. It was more of a lore fun fact for WoW. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with WoW things. Oh, some people posted it on other subreddits. That's why it's getting so many views from external. Oh, neat. I like stat stuff and figuring out where people are watching my stuff from. So here's a link if anybody wants it. Did I share something to Reddit? Oh, I put up a video this morning. And a few other people appear to have shared them on different subreddits that I'm not used to my stuff being posted in. So that's why it's getting abnormally large amounts of views right now, which is weird for me. I was like, where the fuck are these numbers coming from? Because YouTube was telling me that 40% of them are coming from external and the rest are coming from YouTube in the algorithm. And I'm just like, where the fuck are they coming from? And apparently, I posted the Dwarf Fortress subreddit post, which I usually do, but two other people posted other things. I want to practice a craft. So I need to get rid of these chinchilla dead bodies. Trying to think, what could I give you? Got you on weaving, glazing, and paperworking. I'll give you furnace operating and metal crafting. I'm trying to give this dwarf other tasks that they could do. Give you masonry and stone detailing. Just give you all of the crafts so you can go practice something. And let's do charcoal, 300, and well, smelt limonite, 300, sure, and iron ball, 100. Let's just get these dwarves busy. So I've got a lot of crafting needs right now. Because I've been doing too many mega projects, right? And because dwarves can only do mega projects for so long before they're like, I want to do something else, because construction doesn't actually give them positive thoughts. It's just hard labor, I guess. They like being artisans. So that takes a while to get through. So then you need to have times like this where you do a lot of other things and give them a break. and then give them a physical break, and then you put them back to the construction work. Also, I realize I'm doing more of certain things and less of others. Have updated all posts. Cheers, man. Cheers. The fact that it's actually getting upvotes on PC Gaming too is interesting. Really is. Because PC Gaming tends to hate me. So, in my experience, PC Gaming tends to hate me. I'm banned from PC Gaming for reasons. We'll just say that. I'm banned from PC Gaming for reasons. I was following their 50 or 10 to 1 rule where you have to post 10 things before you can post something that you've made. And they still banned me for self-promotion. So I wasn't thrilled by that. Wasn't exactly thrilled by that. So we'll be making pigtail, cotton, and hemp clothing. We're making cloth as well. We're making all of this stuff. We got tons of stuff that we're working on. But yeah, no, I do every other well, the Kit Fox news post is out officially now. Every other Thursday I get a news post. And I have an understanding with Kit Fox, and they send me this stuff a little bit early. I get about a 30-minute head start on everybody else. But this is the actual news post now. So these are the images that I got a little bit early. It's going to be real cool seeing all the diversity of dwarves and elves and humans running around. Because everybody looks so different. It's so cool. I love it. But yeah, I do wish that the elves were like, I don't know, about at their eye level shorter. Like I kind of wish someone could just kneecap them. Make them a little bit shorter. Because I think actually like discerning between the three is going to be a little tricky. But I do love the dwarfy beards. Like, look at that fucking thing. It's like down to his knees. It's good stuff. Their armor also looks pretty awesome. I'm not gonna lie. The big head dwarf look. It's a little strange when they're bald. This one kind of looks like Caillou, and I'm kind of okay with that. But like my favorite part about the art style that they're going with is like it's pretty. It's very diverse, and there's a lot of differences from dwarf to dwarf. But what's interesting about it is that they look unique enough from dwarf to dwarf that you can tell them apart, but also I think it leaves enough open that it's very easy to kind of put your own like specific visual flair to it. Like I don't think it's covering up imagination, which was my very first concern when I heard that they were making this. I was very worried initially that they were going to cover up a lot of the imagination that you can get out of Dwarf Fortress, because right now in ASCII, every dwarf looks identical, aside from color for their job, right? And so you're kind of left with, oh, the visuals of the dwarf is like their personality. And eventually, like, I can figure out usually which dwarf is which based on where they are in the fort and what job they're doing, like, without looking at their name tags. Like, I have a pretty good guess that this was Voozle Voozle right here. So I think that this is going to make that easier, but also I don't think that it's going to fully cover up the imagination bonus that we get from them. Whether just auto-shrinking elves by 20% would work. I think at that point you also need to then do that to dwarves, because dwarves and elves being the same height and all. But I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm just being an overly worry wuss. I don't think it'll actually be an issue, because, like, unless your fortress is, like, pack full of them, or unless you're in an area of the world that's just full of humans and elves, I don't think it'll be a huge issue. Like, I'm a little bit worried for myself, but I'm a unique case, so it's the reason I'm not being super harsh on it, is because I kind of see it as like a, well, this might be tough for me, but I have a feeling most people just won't have an issue with this. So, I don't know. At some point, I'll probably do a video on my concerns about the perspectives of and the visuals of elves versus humans versus dwarves in the Steam version. But I'm kind of waiting on goblins as well, so I can just do like a real side-by-side of all of them. Because I know that goblins are soon, supposedly, so. This dwarf, this should help this dwarf. You should be okay. I really should change the wording of that, like, tickets thing, but it's been that way since I did it in 10 minutes. I was like, I need some dumb, like, responses for this. All right, and just, that was... Dear Windows, can you please never give me another notification about OneDrive ever again? That would be appreciated. It's like... I came up with that shit in a couple of minutes, and I've never redone any of it, so... You know. You know, Stone Sense, but like then the Steam version, you can just play normal and then have the Steam stream on Steam version. Oh, are you asking if like I could have two? I mean, that's not how the Steam version is going to work. So, no, you can't do that. It's not like Stone Sense. If that's what you're saying. It's not going to open up a second window with the graphics. Like, it's just going to run in one window. No, it wouldn't. It really, really wouldn't. No, here's the thing, right? I have unique eye problems that not a lot of people deal with. There's not a lot of fixes for them. I mean, all that would do is use a shit ton of CPU and be awkward as fuck, but that's... No, that's not a fix. A fix would be modding in different sprites for dwarves. That would be a fix. Or for elves and humans. That would be a fix. But I probably won't. I'll be fine. I don't think you need to worry about fixes for me. I will worry about fixes for me. And I will find solutions if things are difficult for me to use. But I will put out a video at some point on the sizes of all the different races and how I fear that they might be confusing, but I need goblins to do that, like I said earlier. So once I have goblins, I can do that. But I need goblins to be able to do that. Man, they power through all of that clothing fast. Sweet, we're making hemp cloth. Hemp fabric. But no, I don't use Stone Sense for a reason. I think that stuff is cumbersome as hell, and I hate running multiple windows to play a single game. And so I would never consider that to be a fix for anything. And it's part of the reason why I actually think it's kind of bad that people promote Stone Sense as much as they do. It's a really neat little visualizer, but it's extremely impractical to actually use for gameplay. And doesn't really help you learn the game. No, yeah, no, totally. And that's what actually worries me. What actually worries me is, like, fonts. But, like, Tarn basically fixed that by stating that he's like, yeah, it'll be very easy for them to just have, like, 20, 30 fonts just built in. Which is probably what they're going to do. It's like, all with different size options and color options and all that. And we'll still have the same color options as we've always had, so I'm not worried about actually being able to play the game. Brander, what up? It's good to see you. How's things? To learn how to actually do labors in vanilla, so you don't have to use Dwarf Therapist. V. And then hit P. So, V. Oh, right. On a dwarf that's actually in the fort. And then hit P, and then hit L. All your labors are right there. And just remember that, like, you'll always have somebody to do the job once you have, like, 100 dwarves in the fort. Someone will have the job assigned, and if they don't, then just pick a dwarf and assign it. Like, you don't need to micro every single labor. Like, this is why I state that, like, Lazy Noob Pack isn't actually Lazy Noob Pack. What Lazy Noob Pack actually is its advanced Mega Builders Pack. If you want to build very large mega structures easily and quickly and efficiently, those tools help. If you're just playing Dwarf Fortress and running a little fortress of dwarves and you kind of want to just revel in the chaos and just let stuff happen, you don't need any of that stuff. All it does is makes the game significantly less stable. Yeah, that's all it really does. It makes the game significantly less stable and like crashier and more cumbersome because you have 3 windows to deal with. See, things like Dwarf Therapist are the reason it took me so long to learn the damn game. If I just played vanilla from the start, I would have learned it a long time ago. But I always was like, well, I got to install this Lazy Noob Pack that everybody's all raving about. I mean, I was using tile sets too back at the beginning. Like when I was first trying to learn DF in like 2009 through 2016, I had tile sets. I had the whole shebang. I had DF Therapist, DF Hack, all that stuff. And that was what was keeping me from learning it. So conflict of opinions on the internet leads to confusion? Totally. I mean, just people need to know what it actually is. It's a set of tools that are completely optional and not mandatory, but when you're just reading about it, it reads like they're not optional and they are mandatory. That's how it reads. But I don't know. I find that stuff to be significantly harder. I don't know. I like being kind of one of the few. It's kind of like me and Krug Smash, I guess. We're kind of the people on the internet that do stuff with Dwarf Fortress where we're like, yo, listen, you can use that stuff. It works great and can be very helpful. You don't need it. And that's all I'm trying to say. It's like, you don't need it. Can it be helpful for some people? Yes. Do you need it? No. Yeah, no, totally, Zanny. My big issue with Dwarf Therapist is it makes it too easy to just use that to manage everything instead of like actually slowing down and paying close attention to every single one of your dwarves. I mean, DF Hack has tons of useful tools. Tons of useful tools. But a lot of the most useful tools are just going to be wrapped directly into the game. Like as I've said before, I really hope that the Steam version completely removes the need for Dwarf Therapist. That is my biggest hope for the Steam version, is that it completely removes the need for Dwarf Therapist and large portions of DF Hack. I think DF Hack should still exist for modding purposes, but I really, really, really hope that the Steam version just removes the need for a lot of that stuff. At least for beginners. Because, man, the game is so much more stable without it. You finally found me. I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. It took you like a season. What the fuck were you doing? Clearly drinking way too much of my alcohol. Sure. I mean, whatever works, right, Darkskynet? And that's kind of the beauty of Dwarf Fortress, is everybody has different ways of monitoring their dwarves. Look forward to our meeting next year, FICOD. Our fortresses rise and fall together. Be great if you'd send me some migrants. Yeah, no, totally. I know some people who will do everybody up with custom professions, and I know somebody else who mods other noble roles into the game that don't make any demands but require nicer bedrooms, so that whenever a dwarf becomes a legendary in something, they move up to the noble screen as a legendary dwarf and then have to be put in a separate bedroom, which is kind of neat. Do I know of any release date rumors? Why are people still asking me this? I know exactly what you do if you do the information checks, and it's very simple. It is, Tarn still has a lot of work to do. They want it to be done by now, but 2020 slowed shit down a lot. So when it's done, hopefully sometime this year, because they need it to come out and be done. And Tarn needs to stop working on it and go work on fun stuff again, because he sounds really bored. And I really hope he just goes and does other things instead of burning out. I mean, it's a very simple mod. I don't think he's released it publicly anywhere. It's a very simple mod. You can just go add nobles in your raws. It's pretty simple to do. Even I could probably do it. Yeah, I mean, nothing is secret. Sucks. Like, quite literally, it's all just public. It's right there. You just need to go look. There is no rumors. There is no insider info. If I had insider info, I wouldn't be able to talk about it. And I haven't signed anything, so I don't have anything. The only insider info I have is that I have the right people who are very kind, who send me screenshots about 30 minutes before they go live. That's it. That's the only insider information I get. I know a few other things, but they're not related to the Steam version Dwarf Fort. The most recent interview I did with Toady, he outlines exactly what he still has to do, which was 2 weeks ago. It was like he had 26 shops left. I've read something that you hadn't. I mean, no. No, probably not. He has 26 shops left, and each shop takes its time because each one needs slightly different UX. So he's doing the UI for every single shop. And then he still had a lot of underground stuff to finish. All of the main menu, the options menus, settings menus, none of that's been done yet. They still need to redo all of the embark screen. I'll get to that in a sec. Thank you very much for the $1. They still need to get to the embark screen and do all of that stuff. They like all of the world map screen. Apparently, they're going to redo the way the world gen looks. They haven't started on Legends mode, but they have a rough outline of what it's going to look like. And adventure mode is still mostly unfinished. So all of the UI for adventure mode embarking needs to be done. Like there's a lot of shit that isn't done. So, I mean, like, the frustrating thing is, like, people are like, I'll release it in early access. But what they don't realize is, like, it literally means, like, whole portions of UI isn't done. Like, it's not playable in that tile set right now. So, it's very much we are just waiting. We're just waiting until it's done. I wonder how much charcoal I have, because I ran out of wood. This is going to make the game lag. Gotta wait for it to move down. This screen takes a little while to load. We should just start making up release dates randomly. I mean, Toady has to move in August. Or no, July. 169? I got plenty. I don't know if we should start making up release dates. I mean, I will say the same thing that I've always said. The original release date was supposed to be November 2020. It was the original internal release window they had planned was November 2020. Then we had Tarn be Tarn and work on villains for an extra 3 to 5 months extra than they'd planned. So he started 3 to 5 months late. Then the pandemic happened. Then the forest fires happened. So between all of that and general work and life stresses, that's going to slow anybody down. Doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter how much of a programming superhero you are. It's going to slow you down, right? And so that's kind of where we're at. Is like, if there wasn't a pandemic and we didn't have the forest fires, it would probably be done by now, I would say. I'd be willing to bet money that it would have been done by now. Assuming none of that stuff happened. What's up, Magna? You just came in, but I appreciate what you're doing, which is really news format. In a way we translate it for some people who might not quite understand everything behind the dev process. Yeah, it's frustrating seeing some people's idea of the dev process, right? Like, man. Also, hey, Lake Bear, what's up? What, forest fires? No, not in Australia. I'm not talking about the forest fires in Australia, Lake Bear. That's not even what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the forest fires that happened in California that smoked me out. And he's closer to that shit. And the forest fires that happened in Oregon. And the forest fires that happened, like, along the west coast of North America. Like, last summer, I couldn't stream for more than 5 hours for a good 2 weeks a day. I couldn't stream for more than 5 hours a day because I literally couldn't speak. That's how smoked out I was up here. And he's closer to that shit. My air quality was sitting at, like, it was like 350 particles. They were at over 500 where they were, right? Which is, like, unbreathable and unsafe, and you need to leave, right? So that lasted for, like, 2.5 months. Oh, those were just about as bad. Actually, I have a photo somewhere on my old computer, which is on the floor over there unplugged, of me and a friend walking to a metal show and taking a photo of the highway, and it looked like Silent Hill. So, yeah, no, like, those forest fires are awful. So, like, that was a good, like, 3 months where, like, and I interviewed him right around that time, and he's just like, yeah, nope, like, can't work more than, like, five hours a day or so. Because it's just like, so that slowed everything down, right? I'm not even talking about Australian fires. The Australia fires were a whole nother fucking ball, but like we didn't really have many effects from that over here. So it's like that's why we're in this situation right now. And when people are just like, man, the dev time's slow, they should hire people. And I'm just looking and I'm like, oh my fucking God, you guys are twats. Fall off the goddamn planet, Jesus. No, they shouldn't release it into early access because it's unfinished. Please stop leaving that comment. So yeah, no, that's why shit's slow, right? So when it comes to rumor mill, quite frankly, I'm genuinely under the opinion that the Steam version of DF would be out right now in a world where we didn't have the forest fires, and in a world where in a world where global warming wasn't a problem and people didn't have fucking gender reveal parties for their infant with fireworks, which is what started the fucking fire in the first place. If we didn't have that, and if we didn't have the damn pandemic, they would probably be out by now. It would have less bugs than Cyberpunk. That's not a fair comparison. Dwarf Fortress and Cyberpunk are very different things trying to be very different things, right? Like Cyberpunk was, or is, I guess, a designed by committee, designed to sell as many copies as possible video game, whereas Dwarf Fortress is a weird science art project for crazy people. And it's one of the most important games ever made. Cyberpunk is one of the most well-known failures in gaming that was profitable. And Dwarf Fortress is one of the most important games ever made. Device time's too low. Please quicken if possible to 2023. Yeah, sure. Totally. I would like to be able to go outside, and I could probably do that by 2023. It's set a low bar for the quality of a release. So are you arguing that they should release it now in early access? It's not a matter of bugs, though. Like, that's not the problem. The problem is half of the UI isn't made yet. It's not a matter of bugs, dude. It's a matter of half of the UI straight don't work. Like, you can't play the damn game with half the assets in. You can't play the game with... Because, like, they're not... Like, most early access games, right? You build half of a game, you make that part playable, and you release it. This, they've redone half of the game's UX and half of the game's sprites, and the rest are just unfinished and don't work. That's the problem. Also, like, you know, Ubisoft's been doing that for years, Goffer. Fucking Bethesda's been doing that for years. Fucking EA Games has been doing that for years. 2K Games has been doing that for years. Find me a company that hasn't been doing that for years. Fucking look at some of this shit Square Enix shat out in 2019. Jesus Christ, look up Left Alive. That's a video game that exists. That thing runs at like 15 frames a second. Today's a day. They need to take their time. But okay, I just wasn't sure what point you were trying to make, I guess. But with early access culture, we can deal with a bunch of placeholders. Sure, but it would get canned currently. Like, it's not playable. There's a difference between placeholders and not playable, right? It's not playable right now. That's the difference that we're looking at. I guess in theory they could open up pre-orders. That would probably shut up a bunch of people. But what's the point? Just release it when it's done. Dwarf Fortress is the original. It's done when it's done. Shut the fuck up and sit down and drink some water game. And frankly, that's the people that are complaining, and luckily there's not a lot of them, just need to do that. Oh, it was just supposed to say dev time? Fair enough, yeah. So it auto-correct it to device. The placeholder game is already free to download? Yeah, exactly. I'm playing it right now. It's great. Go fucking play it. But then again, I always go back in time to, like, right around the time the Steam version was announced, there was a post on the Steam forums, which I had a good laugh about with the old community manager of Kit Fox at PAX, which was, how dare you try and sell me something that has been mine for free for so long. I'm going to pirate this as soon as it's released. Okay. Have fun. Pirate Dwarf Fortress. Imagine pirating Dwarf Fortress. Fucking imagine pirating Dwarf Fortress. Exactly, Zanny. Exactly. Bootleg DF. What about RimWorld? I should have said, what about No Moria? But yeah, right. I don't know. I like, and this is what I always do whenever people link or say I just want to give them money or anything along those lines. I always just link the Bay 12 Games Patreon and just say you can. It's all up to you. Hang in there, Dwarf. What about you two? Still improving. Whoopsies. Did I just put you into a different squad? Yes, I did. You're doing okay. They'll be okay. As long as they don't tantrum, they'll be fine. And give it to so many people, and you'll see. Yeah. Free No Moria failed, but In Nomia, which was the other project, because there was two No Morias, like rebirth projects. There was In Nomia and Free Nomia. Free Nomia crashed and burned, but In Nomia is the one that is currently out and available to play on Steam. But as of last time I checked with this, they still haven't actually reached feature parity with the original version. Like when they hit 1.0 air quotes, that's when they will have hit feature parity. The thing that weirds me out about In Nomia though is it uses Stone Sense assets, which are technically free to use, but it weirds me out. No, the original dev ran out of money. The original dev made the biggest mistake you could possibly make with a game like this. They sold it. And obviously they're not going to get any other money any other way, because the only way to fund yourself in a game that's going to take as long to develop as Dwarf Fortress is you have to sell it. But they didn't go the route that Odd Realm did, which is make the game super fucking cheap and promote your Patreon, which is what Odd Realm is doing. And Odd Realm is making a decent amount of money on their Patreon, from what I can tell, plus selling the game for $10. Odd Realm being this. So Odd Realm's doing all right, but like, if you're trying to fund 4 developers and you're selling a game like that, good luck. Especially when like there is a free game that has more features and is more in depth and more developed and better in almost every way. Song of Sticks gives you the same feel. I played a little bit of Song of Sticks. I haven't streamed any of it though. I'm kind of waiting for more patches. But Song of Sticks is another one of those games where it's like, it's kind of doing its own thing though, right? Like similar vibes, but it's a very different thing. Like Song of Sticks is more of like an automation city builder with like weird real-time combat. Like Song of Sticks is a neat game, but it's not really the same kind of thing as Dwarf Fort. Yeah, it's much more macro than Dwarf Fortress, which is why I say it's more city builder than even the cities you can build in DF. But you're also not going to know the names of anybody, right? Dwarf Fortress is kind of like a town builder, but also it's got a bit of Crusader Kings in there. People can be so angry, and I just don't understand it. You know, this quote right here from this dwarf. This is how I feel about comments on YouTube. I'm going to screenshot that for later. People can be so angry, and I just don't understand it. Wise thoughts, Dwarf. Or just Reddit humor? I'd say like 90% of the comments I get on my YouTube channel are pretty cool. The vast majority of them are totally fine. But yeah, I don't know. You missed 2000? What, the year 2000? Why? I guess the Steam release will hit the sales of DF likes. That's something that I'm really worried about because there are some gems that have kind of come out of there. But you know, RimWorld is totally fine, right? No, RimWorld's totally fine for one thing. Space Haven is absolutely fine. The big games, Oxygen not included, is totally fine. Those games will all continue doing A-OK. The games I'm a little bit worried about are the Odd Realms. You know, the games that are a little bit more, yes, we're Dwarf Fortress, and less of a, yes, we're using Dwarf Fortress in our marketing, but we're actually nothing like Dwarf Fortress. Which is what most of those games actually are, is they're the, we use this thing in our marketing, but don't actually, you know, put it anywhere, if that makes any sense. You wouldn't go back to 2000, you were 5. Now you want to host. You know, I always feel that way. When people are just like, I want to go back 20 years, it's like, fair enough. I don't. Like, I would not want to have to grow up again. But then again, you know, I was 6 in the year 2000, so, you know, maybe if you were like 21 in the year 2000, I could see that making a bit more sense, but hopefully no DF Android ripoffs. Oh, trust me, people will rip the assets out of DF and make their own game out of it. I think I'm just going to expel this merchant because they never got a name. And you're getting a little bit upset. And also you don't have a significant other, so let's just send you out. Go away. Goodbye. See you, friend. You was a month old in 2000? In year 2000, your mom could tell you to stop playing video games. Yeah, I mean, I own my own company. I get to play video games on the internet for a living. And in around year 2000 or 2001, 2002-ish, I remember there was a summer camp that I was at. And at this summer camp, they asked us all what we wanted to do for a living, right? One of the kids said they wanted to be an inventor. One of the kids said they wanted to be a race car driver. One of the kids said they wanted to be a TV host. And somebody else said they wanted to be an airplane pilot. And there was a lot of chefs and engineers and those kinds of things in there. I said I wanted to play video games for a living. And they told me that wasn't a job. Sucks to be them. And then I told them, after they told me that wasn't a job, I said, okay, I want to work in radio. Here I am. You were 11, already addicted to video games? I was addicted to video games in 2000, but it was I get to play them every other week when I would go over to my cousin's house and watch my cousin play video games, which is why when It's Maximus is streaming and I'm watching my cousin play video games now, it's weirdly nostalgic for me. Getting to watch my cousin, who's like 10 years older than me, play video games now is very surreal. Because it's like, oh my god, you're the person who kind of got me into this shit in the first place. Is that all soap? What the fuck are they putting? Why are you putting the soap in the iron bar pile? Okay, obviously I need to fix this. Apparently I fucked up. Just feels like a more cleaner time. People are always nostalgic for times past, right? And I think that if we constantly just revel and want previous times back, trust me, 2000 wasn't necessarily a cleaner time. Just look at what happened in 2001. Clino, what up? It's good to see you. You had dial-up back then? I didn't have internet until 2005, and then I had dial-up until 2006. No, I had internet in 2004, and we had dial-up from 2004 until 2006. Nothing involving dial-up could be good, especially not playing games. By Clinodev, how we do? I have a video that's doing oddly well. Because I guess it's got elves in it. I'm very happy that I put the debug guy in the thumbnail. I'm very, very happy with how the thumbnail turned out for the video. Got removed for self-promotions? /r games and /r... also, that was you who posted that? Thank you very much, all the same. /r games and /r PC gaming are both very anal. And they really, really, really hate when people post anything that content creators make. Unless it's Mandalore Gaming, Seth, or one of those other really big YouTubers that puts out documentary stuff. Your last dial-up account was in 95? You never looked back? My parents were very anti-tech for a very long time. RW. My parents were very anti-tech for a very long time. I also remember telling my mother telling me that no, you cannot play Halo 1 because it's rated M, and the church that she was going to at the time told her that that game was evil and was going to make me into a violent person, and I was going to go shoot up a school. So, thus, I never got to play Halo until I found a perfectly legal copy from Sweden, and then put it... this is legit how I played Halo. I went over to my friend's house, and I had a 512 megabyte MP3 player. Do you have to ask that question, Diamond? Like, genuinely? Like, or do it just have to ban you? Because, like, you don't need to ask that question. Fuck off. And I took the USB stick, which was 512 megabytes, plugged it in my friend's computer, and loaded in the files from the install of the game, 512 megabytes at a time, and it was a 6 gig game, so it took me, like, 8 trips. The early 2000s were awful. Yeah, they fucking sucked. Shitty years. Shitty years. Our games? No, our gaming is about memes. Our games is not about memes. Our games is the serious, very self-serious gaming subreddit for games news and journalism. I mean, I might secretly be a very violent person, but I don't need shit like that posted in my chat, like Diamond posted. I might be a very secretly violent person. Now that you don't know. I'll put it this way. I go to mosh pits to hit people. I can't wait for metal shows to come back. But then again, those same people I then go stand outside with, smoke a joint with, and high five, and then go back into the pit and hit them again. So, you know, it's a different kind of violence, I guess. I do miss my, I do miss new Game Boy games coming out. 2 years? No! Also, you get to go to Hellfest? You lucky fuck! Man. I would kill to go to any of those really big festivals. That's like the one thing we don't have here around here is big festivals. We had a big festival that was, that first ran in 2019, and they were just starting to announce what they were going to do for 2020, and then just noped the fuck out. I don't know if we'll ever see them again. You're trying to hit, you go to mosh pits to hit people, not to hurt people. To hit people. There's a difference. You have to hit, don't hurt. You have to hit people in the shoulders, not square in the middle of the back. That's how you get beaten up. Don't feel anything after joining conflict. Good. Demonoid seems to be enjoying this. How are you doing? You're doing all right. What's up, Picture Point? How we do? And Skynet, how are you doing? Also doing better. Good stuff. You wouldn't go back to it, but you're okay with where you're at now. That's good that you're okay with where you're at now. Hellfest is a great time. It doesn't really feel like fest. I don't really like festivals that much here in the UK, but mainland Europe is a much friendlier vibe. I really like Well, I mean, I've seen a lot of footage from Hellfest and all of those festivals out there. I would love to go out there for that. That just looks like so much fucking fun. All positive moods. I mean, the economy just explodes every 15 years like clockwork, so that wouldn't happen without the internet. But I could really do without all of this non-fungible objects and current state of the internet. I do genuinely believe that the internet's going to bring upon our apocalypse sooner rather than later, unless we figure out how to build a Dyson sphere to power that shit. Yeah, I don't know. There's certain subreddits that I just look at it and go, I don't understand why you moderate the way you do. But at the same time, when it comes to /r games, I kind of understand it. And it's because if they didn't moderate as heavily as they did, then it would literally just be a completely incomprehensible spam of self-promotion. That's what it would be. And so it sucks, but it's a cool concept that's going to kill us all. It's genuinely a cool concept that's going to fucking kill us all because it uses so much power. So much power! Non-fungible tokens. But you know, Skynet's a cool concept too. Doesn't mean it's a good idea. And there's plenty of cool concepts that are not good ideas. Solar freaking roadways was a good idea. Didn't work. It's funny because I'm somebody who's interested in crypto just as technology, and I think non-fungible tokens are psychotic. But you're in a Rosh Pit at a Pantera concert. Ooh. Slowly backed away. Yeah. You have a shirt of solar roadways? Does it say solar freaking roadways on it? Please tell me it says solar fucking roadways or something like that. Oh my god, that's great. I mean, it's a good idea. It's never going to work, but it's a great idea. I mean, here's the thing, right? Sometimes my streams do really well, but sometimes they just get downvoted and people leave mean comments on them, so I just don't even fucking bother. I mean, I think that in my case, I think that posting my stream on the subreddit is a bit lost because, like, if I post my stream on the subreddit and I get 3 people from it or 10 people from it, I'm not going to notice. If Picture Point posts his stream on the subreddit and he gets 2 or 3 people from it, that's a big benefit to him, right? Like, so for me, it's kind of lost on me almost. That's great, B-Lug. And there's a lot of gatekeeping, unfortunately. I actually, as far as subreddits go, I think /r Dwarf Fortress is one of the most usable one for a creator. Just period. But I think that you kind of need to be like, and this is a problem with any subreddit. You need to be kind of known in the community, which is why, like, if I post a news video or a review video of something or get somebody to post something that I've done on /r Games, it'll get removed for self-promotion. If I post a Mandalore gaming video on /r Games or PC Gaming, it'll get 1,000 upvotes in an hour because that community knows that person and likes that person. There's a lot of favoritism. So, like, right now, if Random Bloke number 5 posts a very well edited Dwarf Fortress video, it'll get 10 upvotes and a comment. If Krug Smash gets a video posted on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit, it'll get 500 upvotes and 100 comments, right? Because people know Krug Smash, they don't know Random Guy number 5. You know what I mean? So It's very much the kind of, that's just how subreddits work. If you're known within those circles, your posts about you will do well. If you're not known within those circles, get fucked, because no one's gonna upvote you. Or it'll just get banned for self-promotion. But like that's just kind of how subreddits are. I mean, I know why YouTube videos are. I mean, actually, I don't know. Does the Dwarf Fortress subreddit have the ability to accept live stream posts? Because I've seen live stream posts do weirdly well on Reddit for certain things. You're gearing up to be random guy number 6 soon. Random guy. Wait, with edited videos or with whatchamacallit? Funny thing about Skynet is we literally have a thing named Starlink. Actually, the funny thing about Skynet, Katsu, is we literally have a thing called Skynet. It's a Canadian company. I know what they do because I have a friend who works for them. They take drones and they beam the internet down to you from drones via cell phone signal. So via like satellites, and then the drones hover above an area. And you have perfect internet signal there for X amount of days or however long you need it, completely encrypted. And it's the Canadian military and the U.S. military and other militaries around the world use them as part of staying connected to the internet in remote locations. It's also how we get like internet up in mobile science bases up in the Arctic and stuff. Skynet. Yeah, it exists. It's a company. Just like Terminator. Yep, exactly like Terminator. They don't manage the Sky Cops, though. I don't think. Anyway. But yeah, it's a Canadian company. They also do the automated fireworks displays with drones. But anyway. Those are really cool, by the way. Fireworks displays done with drones with very, very bright lights are fucking cool. Those are so cool. You can make so many cool shapes in the sky. It's awesome. Way cooler than actual fireworks and far less wasteful. Oh, you're making a dramatic retelling of your first fort. Well, post it in self-promo when you do on my Discord, please, so I can see it. Even if no one else clicks on it, I will. Like doing the kind of format that I do with the Today in Dwarf Fortress videos sometimes. That was always a problem I ran into, actually, with the Today in Dwarf Fortress videos, is I put 10 hours into a video and then post it on the subreddit, and it would get 3 upvotes. It's like, well, okay. Why did you just turn around? So, Brander II, Pablo, and Mad Hijinks were all found dead. Man, fucking Pablo died? I was looking at him earlier today. That's Aegis' sister. Oh, that's a huge bummer. Oh, man. They were both in my military, too. And a rooster died. 2 roosters died. And a cow. And a ram. And a hen. I think I sent you to Veiled Clasp. Let's see. I mean, Warm Shadow is, Sweet Sparkle Farts still is, Brander Buddy still is. There you are. Yeah, you're still alive. Still doing things. Still existing. In fact, I could summon you back if you want. Probably not a great idea, but I could. Is there another dwarf storing something in a tomb? Man, I'm so bummed out about Mad Hijinks being found dead, though. That dwarf was around for so long. Big wall. And also, this motherfucker, who's scary as shit. Great humanoid composed of green glass. It has a long, straight tail, and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly dust. I ain't killing this thing. It's killed, like, a dozen forgotten beasts. Probably more by this point. You see this big old pile of blood around here and stuff? Yeah, that's the carnage that this thing has caused. It just seems to insta-give everything. That was a forgotten beast. There's a few from around here. Some of them are up in the trees. Hold up. That was a forgotten beast. That was a forgotten beast. There was the giant spider forgotten beast. There's at least 2 down in the water. Yeah, most of this was caused by that guy. So yeah, that's my defenses. I just have it sealed off. They can't get to me. All right. I'm gonna put trees into the ace squad, I think. I got a few dwarves I want to move. You. Oh, you mean land titans? Because titans are different from forgotten beasts. Forgotten beasts are the underground ones, and titans are the ones from above ground. No, they can come from above ground. But you're talking about titans, not forgotten beasts. Titans could attack me, but that wouldn't be too big of a deal. Titans can totally attack me. Yeah, we haven't been hit by any titans. But then again, this is a pretty chill little world, so I don't really expect to have too many issues with them. You're wearing a lot of rings. You must be really noisy when you walk. Got a shield. Do you have a sword or a spear or something? I'm very worried about these dwarves. Got a lot of positive thoughts, but you're still depressed. Same with you. And the same with you. Yeah, titans are the ones that come from above ground. Forgotten beasts come from below ground. Titans we wouldn't have too much trouble dealing with, and that's what my emergency bunker is for. Stray ram's been found dead. Screenshot this for Stony. Also, thanks, audio. Also, cool shit, Vince Audio, if you're still lurking. Just reading a DM. Private DM. Yeah, added more. Good shit, dude. I like the stories of kobolds doing cool shit. It's just like one of my favorite things I've ever seen in DF was a human castle that's been taken over by kobolds, or like necromancer tower taken over by kobolds. Like whenever kobolds do real well for themselves, it's like, oh, they're doing so good. Good for you guys, you crazy little numbskulls. You mischievous little bastards doing weird shit. Love it. It's good stuff. But I don't know. I don't know. Today's been a lot of all over the place conversations. Even just like we went from complaining about Reddit to talking about dwarves to complaining about Reddit. But yeah, I don't know. You always run a dilapidated tower overrun by kobolds as an intro, Pete says, for your D&D games. I mean, they're like rats, right? They just kind of infest places. So if you have an abandoned place, it should be full of kobolds. Whenever I see stray animal was stung by honeybee, I always have a momentary panic thinking that somebody's tantruming. Because it's the same color. I'm always like, oh god, who's tantruming? Nobody. Unicorn! Finally! You brought me another fucking unicorn. Ooh, they also brought dingoes. I should train up some dingoes. Did you bring a breeding pair of dingoes? I see dingo. I see chipmunk. And I see dingo. But not breeding pair. I will also buy the dingoes. Is there more dingo? Fluffy Wambler. Not a dingo. Sad face. No more dingo. Okay, well, I will take the 2 dingoes, though. Thank you. Time to get that unicorn in here. And I have a spot to put the dingoes. Put them in this. Dingo, dingo. Just so that I remember that they're there. And you know what? Because I don't need these nest boxes in here anymore. This was a turkey pen for a little bit there. And then I stopped it being a turkey pen because I kept getting out. And then it was a monkey pen for a bit. But then I, again, stopped it being a monkey pen. But yeah, no, I'll say this, and this is what I say for everybody who's streaming, is you should be archiving your VODs on YouTube. Just the exact same way I do. Just 4 or 5 hour chunks. Just put it up as is. Some basic thumbnails. Tag it. Put it live. Should be doing that with everything. Not because you want people to watch it. It's cool if people do. But my biggest regrets of all of my time streaming is that I never archived my old stuff. I'd love to be able to go back and look at what I was doing in 2013, but I can't because there's no archives of it. There's some VODs from 2014, some VODs from 2015, and a couple VODs from 2016, and then just this big empty period where like suddenly my quality just improved drastically. And it's just archive your stuff. You'll be happy you did. Here come those dingoes. Look at the dingoes. We got dingoes. And this is why you be friends with elves. They bring you unicorns and dingoes. Who doesn't want unicorns and dingoes? I know I want unicorns and dingoes. Unicorns and dingoes are great. There they go. Look at that. Look at that. That should be a nice ramp right there. But it's not. I should fix that. Oh shit, we got soap. We got chicken soap, pig soap, wolverine soap, and kangaroo soap. And, you know, like, the thing that I've been seeing more and more and more is people who have been watching Longdeath on YouTube and just in VODs, like, as a YouTube show. But come over. You know, like, the first part of Longdeath has 6,000 views now. That's just people slowly watching it over time. Meeting time? Be safe. I'm assuming it's a digital meeting. But have fun. Don't work too hard. Don't forget to put on pants. Hopefully they bring us a male dingo, and then we can get some dingo pups. That'll be adorable. Hopefully those dingoes aren't 1,000 years old. The last time they brought kind of cool animals, they immediately died the next spring, so... And did you learn anything interesting, Cadenza? I mean, obviously, like, I think episode 1, 2, 3, and 4 are probably going to have more views each than the rest of everything else, period. Unless something crazy happens in one of the later episodes, but... It's just cool how many people have gone back and watched those. There you go. That's what I like to see. Lots of satisfieds. At the very least, it seems like this time in the military for these dwarves is like balancing the stress out. So even though it's like they're not perfect, they're definitely doing better than they would be otherwise. Discuss Division. Chat, I think that my dwarves might be working for Ubisoft. They're discussing the Division. But yeah, no, I think it's going to be really neat in, like, when I'm done with Longdeath to go look at the beginning. That's going to be really cool. And just knowing the fact that there are people who are slowly watching through all of Longdeath right now is just kind of crazy to me. Where are you going, Dwarf? I'm going to go store an item in the barrel. Nerds talking math. They're discussing Division. I mean, I do think it's funny because there is a musical artist named Excision, and I have a bunch of books like this. The Mystery of Excision, an albatross parchment choir. Like, that stuff to me is funny. Like, I find that stuff very funny. That is one part of the Dwarf Fortress community that I will always be annoyed by, is the let's just hate everything that's not a dwarf, just by default. You miss out on so much good gameplay. You miss out on so much good shit. You really do. If you're just friends with elves. Like, their internal dramas are neat. Like, real neat. Mm-hmm. 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 I'm already done with this. You should not be here. You can go do other things. Dwarf, how are you doing, by the way? Shocked reliving the unexpected death of somebody. Wouldn't it just be grand to take my life off and spend the rest of my days doing nothing at all? Memeing all about anyway? Well, originally it came from, well, dwarves don't like elves. Elves don't like dwarves. The part where I get annoyed by it is 4chan likes to use elves as Jews and then reenact horrible events from human history. That's why I'm not super fond of it, personally. So whenever people put anti-Semitic meaning to cartoon characters, I get very annoyed. So there's a portion of the community that just kind of absent-mindedly have the let's just hate and murder all elves for the fun of it because they're an easy punching bag. But I still genuinely believe that the most interesting thing about Dwarf Fortress is how it depicts different races. But love or hate 4chan or criticize 4chan, its influences are shown, right? So if they decide something is so, then it's just going to slowly bleed out into the other portions of the community. And that's just always kind of been the way for Dwarf Fortress, is you hate elves because they tell you to not chop down trees. Chopping down trees is dwarfy. Yes, sure, fair. But that's a very surface level way to look at Dwarf Fortress. And I think that overthinking things is fun. So for me, it's a whole lot cooler to be friends with them and purchase their big pet animals and, you know, slow and have a good relationship with the elves. I find that to be a lot of fun gameplay-wise. It's a part of the internet that you refuse to acknowledge exists. And it's a reality, right? So as far as, like, what is the origins of it? I mean, the origins of it is built-in systemic racism in fantasy, right? Like, just go look at old D&D art and look at the way they draw goblins and look at the way that they draw orcs and look at the way that they draw a lot of their fantastical creatures that are designated evil. Old stereotypes die hard. And yes, the elves are kind of assholes in Dwarfort. You chop down trees or try and sell them wood and they will invade you. But, like, it's also extremely easy in the current version of the game to simply abide by their requests, and they won't. So people just don't like being told what to do, I guess. I don't know. I personally think it's like a non-issue to stay friendly with the elves. I mean, sometimes I like to fight the elves. Sometimes it's fun to have a punching bag. Sometimes it's fun to just go after the elves. But, I mean, I used to spend a lot of time on 4chan when I was younger. Like, and it wasn't great back then either. It was a shit fest back then, but a different kind of shit fest for different reasons. And it's always been a bit of a shit fest. Just reading a DM. All right. It was much harder when we had single wood trees. Yes, but we haven't had single wood trees for a very long time. So, and like we were discussing earlier, a lot of the Dwarf Fortress community or fan community or followings, entire Dwarf Fortress knowledge comes from stories from 2007. You know. There's an interview with Zach and Tarn where they learned about how the community looks at dwarves. Then launch into the history of how they steadily made them more and more hateable for a decade. Oh, what launches into the I don't know, man. I don't think they're that hateable. I've never found them to be particularly hateable. They're stuck up and elfy, but no more than the dwarves are bullheaded and foolish. Wait, hold on a second. So there's an interview with Tarn and Zach where they learned how the community looks at elves and then launch into a history of how they made them steadily more and more hateable for a decade. What, how they intentionally made them more hateable? I feel like I've seen this interview. Which interview are you talking about? I mean, if anything, like, the goblins are the big bad of Dwarf Fortress. It's not the elves. Oh, dang it. Maybe this will help Zane. I didn't get the ballista arrows done in time, so my mayor's mad. Think they regret making them into insulting cannibals? Here's the thing, though. I like the fact that they're insulting cannibals. I really, really do like that. Like, I genuinely think it's interesting. They're interesting characters. Okay, I know that. Then I've heard that interview. I mean, they genuinely are interesting characters, and I really like the way the elves are in Dwarf Fortress. I think that the problem with the way the elves are isn't necessarily they're an easy target for slapping, because every video game needs a potential enemy, right? Every video game needs an adversary, and every game needs a competitor. So I think that is, like, the way the elves are is totally fine. But I think that looking at the only way to play Dwarf Fortress is you have to murder the elves is very narrow. Right? And, like, I like killing the elves sometimes. It's fun. Let's grab some big pointy sticks and go stab those little motherfuckers into little pulp. Like, that's fun sometimes. Sometimes you got to do that, right? But playing that is literally the only way to possibly play Dwarf Fortress. You're missing so many different angles. Like, I see it almost more as a mechanical issue than anything. Fight wood with wood? Well, when I said pointy sticks, I meant more like metal, like steel swords. But sure. Or like spears. I guess technically arrows are kind of pointy sticks. But, you know, fight wood with fire, actually. But at the same time, it just kind of sucks. You know, I wish that they were less hated by default by the wider community. But I feel like even if the elves, like, if the elves weren't insulting, complaining eco-terrorists that were also cannibals, on the flip side, if they weren't that, they would be prissy, annoying, happy, elfy elves, and we would hate them by default because they're prissy, happy, and annoying, right? Like, what is the option, right? They're either kind of a weird, mysterious, kind of dark, but also interesting character, or they're just annoying. Like, what's your options? Like, if you go full Tolkien, you just get the annoying elf. If you go full Dwarf Fortress, then it's just boring. Fight wood with food. Fight something with something. I'm worried about this dwarf. How you doing, Cooler? How's things? Dude, did you see those elves that were released? Those screenshots are pretty nice. When you did tabletop RPGs as a kid, all the real bads were humans. You know what's up? Humans in DF suck too. I think one of my favorite talks Tarn ever gave was the talk about how dwarves were boring until they gave them negative traits. I want to say it was one of the roguelike celebration talks he did, where he talked about like the way their brains work and the mood system, right? And how they were boring more or less until they added negative traits. I feel like the humans need some more negative traits. Haha, mermaid farms and elephants and DF's too hard for normal people games. Yeah. I here's the thing. There are a few journalists who occasionally write about DF who know a lot about DF, right? Like when Gita Jackson writes about DF, her stuff's generally pretty good, for example. But what are the dwarves up to? Mostly sustaining. I got a couple mental health cases that I'm dealing with right now. But the real project currently is this guy. And I'm currently making materials to be able to continue working on it. Oh no, they finally found the rooster that died of old age. That's unfortunate. But this is my current big project. This is going to be my new tavern up in the sky. So I've got this big old tower going up to it on this side. I'm going to do another one on the bottom right of the map, which is going to be connected to this. And then this needs to connect to my wall somehow. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and Linus was making fun of shit and then was like, I don't even know what Dwarf Fortress is. Yeah, I heard about that, Diamond. I mean, CPUs should be using Dwarf Fortress as a benchmark. Am I a journalist? I don't know, man. Calling me a journalist is a fucking stretch, dude. Yeah, an Antec. There's I think I can think of two because there's an Antec and then there's one other one that also uses DF as a benchmark. And I know some personal friends who use Dwarf Fortress as a benchmark. For streamlining clear glass, no advice because I find that shit to be a pain in the ass. How many blocks? Although Cithados might actually have advice for streamlining clear glass. 26,271 blocks. It's not offensive. This stuff's just weird to me. Because, like, there's a difference between having a title or something given to you that you've never thought of and having, like, a trait ascribed to you. So, like, if someone just comes up to me and says, Blind, you're a, I don't know. I'm trying to think of something that someone said to me recently that's kind of offended me. Blind, you're an introvert. Because I'm definitely not an introvert. I could see how I could appear like that, but I'm definitely not an introvert. That I find insulting. But telling me that I'm a new age journalist, that's just... Like, I don't know how to respond to that. Because that might be true, but I never thought about it. And, like, I don't think anybody's called me a journalist until... I think it was the interview that I did with Hugh Millward for the YouTube channel, which was about Warsim. When I put that video out, there was somebody who just left a comment, which was just basically leaving a comment to support independent games journalism, and I'm like, I'm a journalist? What? Like that was the first time I really fucking thought about it. I was like, I'm not a journalist, excuse me? But that's weird. It's weird. I'm not used to it. I can't stand being called an introvert. I am not even remotely close to an introvert. I don't trust people. I like being around people. But I'm very far from an introvert. Also, another two parts of the DF community that kind of irk me a little bit since we're complaining about things is the people that always insist that all dwarves have beards, male and female. Those people. And then the other people who refuse to play the ASCII version of Dwarf Fortress with or without a tile set. And their only reason for not playing ASCII Dwarf Fortress is there aren't ASCII models for female dwarves. So, because the models aren't different looking in ASCII, they won't play ASCII Dwarf Fort. And then the people who insist that they won't play the Steam version if female dwarves have beards, or don't have beards. Which is just like the biggest fucking question mark to me. And I don't get it. Like, I don't understand what the problem is, where the problem's coming from, or who's causing this problem. But apparently that's a problem, and it bothers the crap out of me. The fact that I can talk for hours to strangers while on camera does not scream introvert to me. I mean, I know streamers who are extremely introverted. I definitely do. One of the most famous streamers on the site's an incredible introvert to the point where he won't even wear his TwitchCon badge. Like, he won't buy a badge to TwitchCon and will not walk around with his badge. Ooh. Peter, too, has been possessed. That's the first artifact in a while. Anyway, yeah, Admiral Baru is extremely introverted to the point where, like, I met him at a convention and was informed of who I met an hour later by somebody who I was talking with because he doesn't want people to know who he is. And it was like yeah, that's Admiral Baru, by the way, by a friend of mine who knew him. Like, there are people who are very introverted who stream. I'm not one of them, but there definitely are. And I lived with somebody who is very introverted for 6 years. So I know what introverted tendencies are. And I know that I ain't that shit. I think that there are people that just like being mad at shit and make up problems that don't exist. I think that's what it actually is there are people who just like being mad at shit and make up a problem, and then over time that problem becomes reality. Rough color, bones, yes. Bars, metal. I already grabbed bones, yeah? I think I need to hack down a tree. Yeah, I need to hack down a tree. Yeah, I definitely need to hack down a tree. Let's go hack down some mushrooms. Because Sathatos has probably made more clear glass than literally anybody else in the Dwarf Fortress community. So if anybody's got tips on how to automate that stuff, it's probably Sathatos. Thanks, by the way, for being helpful. I mean, so most of you probably know when I have Tarn on the stream, I put up a public post with a Google form where anybody can add anything that they want. Also, hey, Delang, thanks for the follow a while ago, by the way. And there was a question that was from a named person, so I know who it was, who said that they wanted Tarn to add more 18+ / adult content to Dwarf Fortress and maybe remove it from the Steam version. It was the only comment I got about that, and I just giggle about it every single time I think about it, because it's like, what do you want? Do you want, like, notifications and detailed descriptions of dwarves boning? Is that what you want? Do you want Dwarf Fortress to write you fucking dirty fan art? Is that what you want? You want procedural smut? Because that exists. It is called AI Dungeon. Go fucking play that. Christ. And it's very good at it. Very, very good at it. I'm pretty sure my woodcutter died, actually. Because Mad Hijinks was my woodcutter. Combat log, but for lovemaking. That's all I can think of. Like, what the fuck else would you do? Did you hear smut? No. Carry on. You heard smutting about that. But like, I don't know what the fuck that person wants. But like, if you want Rule 34, go draw your own or commission it. I'm sure someone will do it for you. I just think it's funny. But I don't know. It's just all way too fucking funny to me. That shit's just way too goddamn funny for me. Zanny, how are you doing now that you got out of prison? Totally fine. Perfect. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. But the centaur conversation? Oh, like, where does the human skin stop and where does the animal part start? You know, imagine a smut artist reading the description and commission going, sigh, at least it's not more furry stuff. I know somebody who made a lot of money drawing furry porn. Like, he paid his university with furry porn. And various other furry stuff. And he's not proud of it. I had a couple conversations with him about it at one point. He's like, yeah, no, I paid for my university with that shit. You was in prison for absolutely nothing. You didn't commit any crimes. I simply missed a mandate of constructing crossbow or catapult or ballista arrows because I had to assemble 3 of them and we didn't get them done in time. And so the game decided to blame you. Also, it's summer, so the game's saving. So, yeah, you didn't actually do anything. It wasn't your fault, and I'm sorry. Crime. You didn't do enough is your crime. You should have done more. Like, they should all cease existing kind of opinion. I have a lot of friends who are furries, so I don't really have anything necessarily bad to say, but what I will say is obsession in any form is generally unhealthy. Be that about fetishes, about habits, hobbies, music, art. Obsession is unhealthy. And I do see a lot of obsession in that community. All right, so Peter II has gotten Stray Rambone, not to be confused with a Rambo, just Rambone, okay? Silver bars, fungi wood logs, and rough sards. Make good stuff, Dwarf. Make good stuff. As long as they don't deform dwarves. But it's canon that dwarves can be smeared out into a spiral. Maybe bone furniture? God, I hope it's a bone door. I need more artifact doors. I only have 2 right now. I want more. It's one of the descriptions you can make. You didn't draw any Yoshis in a really long time? Oh, really? Cooler's doing some doodles for thumbnails for yesterday, because yesterday's VOD involves Yoshis and toadstools and help and kill me. Well, so when you're designing images for your forts, or rather images for a statue, so let's just say statue, clay, sure, 1. Design it. Oh, can I not do that for clay statues? What? Huh. I can't set the details of a clay statue? Weird. Statue, stone, 1. Why is it not letting me set the details for these? Apparently, clay and clay stone ones you can't set the images for. Weird. Anyway, if you specify image and you specify a new image and you go to, let's say, Dwarf 1, and then go to action or relationship and type in smeared out into a spiral. The dwarf is smeared out into a spiral. I don't know what that means, but you can, that is a thing in Dwarf Fort. So things can be smeared out into spirals. So if that isn't like contorted into not dwarfy shapes, then I don't know what it is. But it's definitely a not dwarfy shape, and it's definitely contorted. No, I would not like to ever see that mental image again, and I would like to delete that. Thank you. You enjoyed all the what the fuck is that? I mean, it was a lot of what the fuck is that. Smeared out into a spiral, specifically. It's like, that's what happens when a dwarf is put into the hydraulic press from the hydraulic press channel. That's actually awesome! Peter II, the Craftsdwarf, has created Etali Lekthag, a sheep bone pick, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Euthris, Worktect, who is like the most dedicated to dwarf. That is awesome. An artifact pick. It's worth 19,440. Yeah, just spontaneously explodes into gore. This is a sheep bone pick. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with sheep bone, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of fungi wood. On the item is an image of a golden cress in silver. On the item is an image of an octagon-cut gem in sard. Although we did miss an opportunity, it could have been a silver pick. But that is still awesome, though. I'll put it on a pedestal. We shall treasure it. It's going to go into the mayor's office. Come on, all of your recent thoughts are positive. Same with you, except for retching and miasma. Same with you, all of your recent thoughts are positive. Come on. He's got a bone to pick with that bone pick. And he bone pick about it. Yeah, no, I'm real happy with that bone pick. That's good. That's a good one. Something else I also hope to see before the Steam version is dwarves actually doing stuff with their artifacts. And Chimp is going to go put it on display. At least he doesn't want to bone that pick. Oh, boy. Do I need to refill the well yet? I need to refill the well like every 30 years, so we should be good. I mean, yeah, they could, or I could put it on a pedestal. I'd rather put it on a pedestal. I really want to get a breeding pair of dingoes so we can start breeding dingoes so I can have guard dingoes everywhere. Currently, I just have the 2 dingoes, but I would like to have guard dingoes on chains everywhere. At least they don't get glued to them. Yes. It definitely needs work. But I'm looking at the thing that Cooler DM'd me now. Check this out. Definitely needs work. It's definitely a Yoshi, though. And it also, like, you know, is not a copyright infringing Yoshi, which is, I think, an ideal state for a Yoshi to be. It's recognizable as a Yoshi. Demonoid has become a spear dwarf, which is good, meaning he finally went and equipped a spear. Hopefully it's one of those steel ones that I made. Oh, it's a bronze spear, a named one. The Desert of Laws. Wonder who originally named that. I want to say that that was the old militia commander that named that. Good shit. See, we only just finished assembling those arrows. That's why Mayor got mad with us. The human caravan has arrived. It's time to trade once again. And Zaki has arrived once again. It's only a matter of time before poor Zaki passes away. But Zaki has arrived once again to trade with us. We have lots of clothing to sell them because we had plenty of dwarves pass away. So, it's a whole bunch of stuff that needs to be gotten rid of. Gotten rid of. I'm going to go quickly prep my stuff for lunch. I'll be back in a mo. Then I'll do my trading, and then I'll probably go do lunch. BRB. Oh, excellent. They're still unloading stuff. Perfect. Didn't miss a thing. Just pouring some coffee and then I'll turn the camera back on. Cheers, Jamie has been reelected. It's going to take them a little while to get all this stuff unloaded, I think. Also, something I haven't said enough today is thank you very much to those of you who watch my YouTube videos and those of you who hang out and watch these streams and support this shit. Like, I've been doing this full time for a long time, this whole streaming thing, but if you told me that I'd be streaming Dwarf Fortress more or less full time 3 years ago, I would have looked at you and gone, God, I wish. So thank you so much for helping me prove every single person who I spoke with who told me that my career was going to end if I continued streaming this shit. Proving them wrong, I guess, because I had enough people tell me that you're not going to be here in a year if you keep streaming mostly Dwarf Fortress and roguelikes, because nobody wants to watch that. Air quotes. And Zaki says, I am, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Actually, something that I wanted to ask, because I was thinking about this the other day. If the different factions had more dialogue, do you think that... Actually, what kind of animals do you guys have trained? I need to find out. If the factions had more dialogue, do you think that players' tendency to automatically hate certain factions by default would be lessened? Interesting. Nothing particularly useful to me. Because right now, this is like the extent of the discussions with other factions. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Good question. That always mysteriously manages to happen somehow, Diamond. Because, like, something I probably won't be in by the Steam version, but even if they just gave, like, 2 lines of dialogue, like, so-and-so became mayor at so-and... Like, literally this information here, right, that is given to you here. It's like, our forces are moving from this fortress and invading this place led by so-and-so. Or, X person from this town became mayor in this town, and this town had a holy person elected, which would pop up on the map if that had actually happened, but I'm just making shit up. Or, like, X goblin faction expanded by 4... or built some new pits, and we're potentially going to invade them. Or maybe you could assist in that. Like, if they did stuff like that, it would certainly induce terror. But yeah, I mean, dialogue would be really difficult in DF, but I would love to see some sort of procedural dialogue come up with. Just to, like, maybe even them, like, commenting that times have been rough because our king is making us build X thing. You know, something dumb like that even. Like, oh, the king keeps demanding imports of this. Or, like, instead of giving us that screen where it just has, like, this is what we want imported, maybe they would just give us a line of dialogue where they say, we would like imports of meals and anvils and crowns, because that is what the king demands this week or this year. Not even once a week. I mean, it could be yearly, because that's how it works right now. But the way you get the news is you go to the map and you hit N, right? So I think that it would be possible for them to bake that information into the discussions with the diplomat / outpost liaison / royal treasurer or whoever else you happen to be speaking with. I mean, here's the thing, right? It already is that dynamic, Delang. The problem is the game hides that information from you. You have to seek out that information and know to look for it. Most people don't know to seek out that information and don't know how to look for it, right? Like, to give you an idea on how poorly this game describes information, I explained to Krug Smash last week how to make a seed stockpile correctly. Like, He's been playing this game for 12, 13 years. And he didn't know how to make a seed stockpile. So it's like, that's how poorly this game explains shit right now, right? And it's not necessarily because the information isn't there. It's because the game doesn't surface that information. Yes, this game makes simple things unnecessarily complicated because it doesn't surface a lot of the systems. And part of that is to its benefit, you know? Like, I don't need to know when this dwarf trips. I don't need to notice that. But this dwarf will probably trip at some point in this walk. Or, like, have to lie down to go underneath somebody. I think adventure mode kind of has the opposite problem where it gives you too much information, especially when you have 4 animals and you go into a crowd of people. It's like, so-and-so pet so-and-so, so-and-so pet so-and-so, so-and-so pet so-and-so, so-and-so pet so-and-so, so-and-so pets so-and-so. Takes one step. So-and-so pet so-and-so, so-and-so pet so-and-so, so-and-so pet so-and-so, and so-and-so nuzzles so-and-so, so-and-so pet so-and-so. You take one step, and you have to, like, enter through all of that every single time, which is the opposite problem. He was putting barrels in his stockpiles, not bags, and was commenting about getting canceling problems. Gleno. I think the best way to fix prejudice against elves would be to have the actions and attitudes of the civs be based more off the civ itself dynamically rather than the race as a baseline. Yes. Here's the thing, though. I don't think you can do that with goblins. And I kind of love the way goblins operate right now. The fact that they are commanded by evil demon overlords, which are just primeval. I kind of love that. And I also love that the demons often just go become, like, DBZ heroes where they just go from place to place and beat everybody in wrestling competitions. I love that shit. That shit's fantastic. And I hope that shit never goes away because it's great. But I do think that there's some ways that they could make elves less of a problem and more compelling as friends or foes. Right now, I think the issue with elves is they are annoying, which is true. They're bitchy, which is true, and they're easy to hate. And there are lots of redeeming qualities for elves. I think they're very interesting as characters, but it's too easy to just hate them. They need to make it harder to just simply hate them, right? No, here's the thing. Goblins aren't brainless, but whenever you run, like, a really good example of this is in a relatively recent fort, in my Christmas fort, we had a goblin king. The faction king was a goblin. It had a dwarf first name, a dwarf last name, and the entirety of its description read like a dwarf, with the exception of one line where it stated that he had green skin and red eyes. Everything else about that... Oh, also, it didn't say craftsmanship, it said craftsmanship. Everything else about that character read like a dwarf. That is awesome. It's great, and I love it. I love it when you get characters like that in Dwarf Fortress. It's like my favorite thing about Dwarf Fortress. Like, yes, it did say that he was sometimes cruel and quick to anger, but that's common traits amongst dwarves already, right? So, I don't know. It's not that they're mindless and they're not brainless. They're just enslaved. And that isn't their fault necessarily. Yes, they're sometimes cruel, and yes, sometimes sadistic creatures. That is in their nature. However, I'm also an asshole to people sometimes. I still have friends. And I can be perfectly, like, functional in society. But sometimes I'm a dick. And anybody who's seen my stream for long periods of time will know that. I'm a bit of a dick sometimes. But it's part of my charm. And that, to me, is kind of the same for goblins. Or even elves, to an extent. Sometimes they're kind of asinine. But that's what gives them character. That's what gives them levels. That's what gives them personality, I guess. It's what makes them interesting and fun to watch. Just like humans in Dwarf Fortress. You know, sometimes they just fucking attack you. And you're like, what did I do? I don't know. But that's what makes it fun. That's what's interesting about Dwarf Fortress to me. Depth. Yes. God, I got so much clothing to sell. A bunch of really old dwarves died that have been in this fort for like 150 plus years. I'm sad. Just makes me hope that we have some children soon. Well, elves do have redeeming features. The problem is Dwarf Fortress doesn't surface why elves are interesting. You know, a lot of people... It also doesn't surface that elves hate wood, right? So a lot of people just get confused as to why they refuse to buy their stuff, get mad, and fight with them. That's generally, like, about most people's interactions with elves, is you try and trade with elves, you accidentally trade them wood, you get frustrated, and then you just invade the elves. That's generally about how it always goes, right? But... their redeeming qualities are they bring you frickin' giant grizzly bears that are cheap. You can buy them for like 3 sandwiches and a chisel. Who doesn't want bears? Oh no, Zane is going on a tantrum while in prison. I thought that you were like fixed. Well, sorry, Zane. Not to be confused with Zanny. Different dwarves. Let's see if I can find the other one. Yeah, Zanny's fine. It's Zane that's the problem. Zanny's totally fine. Zane is an issue. So in theory, goblins could overthrow their slavers if they were powerful enough. They have, actually. I've seen stories in Dwarf Fortress Legends where they've done that, and you want to know what happens? They put a goblin in charge and they rule just like the demon overlord. And continue on their ways. But I guess in theory, what you could have happen is you could have a goblin escape, get raised by dwarves, and then that goblin could somehow end up getting placed back into the goblin society after living with dwarves for a few hundred years, and then that goblin taking over a goblin civilization could have things changed to be more dwarfy, but the odds of that actually happening are small. I'm sure somebody could manufacture it, but where's your chicken dinner? I killed 99 people for this shit. Like that could in theory happen. Goblins can justify all sorts of atrocities for the greater good. That doesn't make them inherently evil. Sure. Which is why the same should be true of goblins, who sometimes have a sadistic streak. Yeah, totally. Absolutely. So, I don't know. I mean, I think that this is also a reality. There is also the reality of, I think that I might overthink Dwarf Fortress politics a little bit more than most people. Probably more than the creators of it, in fact. So, I don't know if what I'm saying is even remotely representative of the Dwarf Fortress community, necessarily. Like, there's certainly some outliers that will whine about this sort of stuff, but it's really hard for me to tell whether or not, like, my arguments are even remotely justified or necessary even for Dwarf Fortress. This is just stuff I like to see because this is why I find Dwarf Fortress interesting. If first elf trader would outright say, hey, what you doing with that wood stuff? Could you please not? Yeah, no, totally. Whoa, did we just have twins? Holy fuck, we had triplets! Whoa! Holy shit, Apostle! What are the odds of that?
Cheese for everyone!
Now I just need to drop a boulder on them and triple kill. Holy shit! Wow! This is I've never seen this shit happen. I've never seen that happen. Holy fuck-a-moly. How are you going to carry all 3 babies, Mom? I gave birth to triplets. Such adoration, I feel. Fucking hell, man. Well, she dreams of raising a family. I mean, she's already had several children, but now she has 6 children. Orson, Tiny Goliath, Stone, and Eurist, and Caleb, and Colette. Wow. Dad's like, oh God, kill me now. Well, fuck. We had triplets. One of my dwarves had triplets. Wow. Could you check if they're all the same father? I don't think that's how triplets works, but that would be a hilarious bug. Sparkly's dad number 1. Well, actually, hold on. I could just check dad. Yep. They're all the same dad. Colette's the youngest. Sucks to be you, Colette. They're all daughters, too. Triple girls. Imagine the implications if they had separate dads. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. That's an implication I don't need to imagine. Also, Mom doesn't have more lovers, so that would be strange. All right, so who wants to be one of these triplets, chat? I got triple baby girls. If anybody would like to be a brand new baby girl in the fort, we got 3. Also, I hope somebody clipped that, because that is like the wildest thing I've seen in a very long time. Fucking triplets. Got for 2. She is the daughter of Apostle II and Sparkly 4K. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Her cheekbones are extremely low, and she has a slightly upturned nose, which is broad. Her head is broad. Her eyelashes are short, and she has very long hair that is neatly combed. Her hair is a crew, and her skin is sandy taupe, and her eyes are cobalt. You had one in this fort previously, but they are dead, I think, Katsu. Let me just double check. Actually, no, I don't. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think you did have a dwarf in this fort, so. Well, I'm Katsu. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. She has a slightly upturned nose, which is narrow. Her ears have small lobes. Her hair is a crew, and her medium-length hair is neatly combed. Her skin is sandy taupe, and her eyes are cobalt. You'll send yourself and Ducky. Ducky is the final dwarf. Maybe we can put you in the military later, Ducky, and then you can be Commander Ducky. You don't have one, Cusslord, no. But that's all 3. Although I do have a... what you might call it? Because we go first come, first serve, Cusslord. If you would like a dwarf, I do have a merchant who's hanging around who's not currently spazzing out. So if you would like a merchant, which means they won't live as long, potentially, I could give you one of those. She says, Ma, she was born today, which makes her very young indeed. She is tall, and her hair is straight. Her very long hair is braided. Her cobalt eyes are slightly rounded. Her hair is a crew, and her skin is sandy taupe. Her nose is somewhat short. And those are all the kids. But if you would like a dwarf, I do have Fob. You want a newborn? All right, I'll keep that in mind. That is wild. Also, Mom's gonna be super fucking strong. is wild. Long years in front of us? No, totally. Fucking triplets, man. Fucking triplets. That shit's mind-boggling. It's fucking crazy. Wow. Anyway, so that happened. What were we talking about? About elves and goblins? Right, and like the political implications of them. But yeah, I don't think many people think about the political implications of the different factions in Dwarf Fortress as much as I do. I don't know. I guess I just see the potential for Dwarf Fortress to be like a society simulator on top of all of the things it's already doing. Dwarven crossbow armies are quite effective. They're a little bit finicky to set up, but they're quite effective once you got them up and running. You never tried? I mean, they work quite well, but it's just a matter of getting them to train properly, and then not go punch the baddies with their crossbow, and actually shoot stuff out of their crossbow. If you can make them do that, they're quite effective. Oh, also, I actually have a tavern cat now. I actually have a tavern cat. I kind of forgot about that, but I do have a tavern cat now. I'm going to let it out of the tavern. This is the only cat in the fort. We had a bunch of cats. Then we didn't. Ooh. Catastrophe? I slaughtered them. They got bad for frames. So occasionally I still bring in a cat or two, but that the ones that weren't slaughtered were gelded, and they eventually all died. But I've committed many cat crimes in this fort, putting it simply. Many cat crimes have been committed. Crimes against the kitties. And you know what? I don't feel particularly bad about it. All right, chat. I've been live for 5 hours and 15 minutes, and I'm hungry, so I'm going to go get myself lunch. It's going to take me 3 to 10 minutes to make my food and eats it, so I'm just going to kind of let these... Ooh, what story are you telling? Ah, damn. I always forget. I always want to know what stories they're telling, but I can't find out. So if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat. And if I could get a round of beers, that would be rad. And if you're looking for something to watch, over on the YouTube channel is the most recent update video. There's There's a link if you would like to watch that while I'm gone. But I will be back in a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to, and I hope to see you when I get back. BRB. I'm just finishing chewing my lunch, but thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription once we're Wumbles. I'm still very nervous about these 3 dwarves in the military that are moody. Very nervous! Thank you, Bastet. And there was someone else who was moody. Who was that? There you are. Oh, it's still Zane. Oh, Zane's out of prison. I like that merchants are technically in their own squad. But, like, you can't remove them from it. It's very strange. It's very, very strange. Very, very, very strange. God, I needed that meal. I was getting really I got really hungry kind of out of nowhere. It just kind of snuck up on me, and then suddenly I was just really, really, really hungry. Time of year is it? It's late summer. Good stuff. Which means dwarves should be here in 2 months to trade. And then we can keep calm and carry on with our daily dwarfy affair. Chat, what'd you guys have for lunch? I had 2 pieces of toast. 2 pieces of toast and half an apple. It was tasty. You know, I think my thermos is getting worse at keeping my coffee hot. It used to like I used to put coffee in it in the morning, and like 4 p.m. it would still be hot or warm. And now it's like 2:30 and it's like kind of lukewarm. You know, someone who I know just left a comment on the update video from today that just says, "Them elves can burn." And I'm sitting here going, "Okay, sure. Are we gonna get like separate tiles for something being on fire? Like, is there actually gonna be like an animated, or not an animated, but like a separate tile that's like something is burning?" Because I'm just used to it like flickering red and then smoke coming off of it. I've never actually thought about like, oh, are they gonna show stuff burning? Like if something catches fire? I don't know. Rice with diced carrot and black peas. Black-eyed peas. That sounds delicious. Beans and rice with some canned meat. Keeping it cheap. Sometimes you just gotta do it. A fire overlay? What do you mean by overlay? Also, this dwarf's going to be a problem, so I'm sending you back to Veiled Clasp, Zane. Sorry, but I don't want to deal with merchants potentially killing my dwarves. Cabbage stew you made from leftover sauerkraut and sausage? Oh, that sounds delicious. I miss my grandmother's sauerkraut. She hasn't been able to cook for about 10 years. Yeah, it would just be a top layer, wouldn't it? But what if every single layer of their clothing catches fire? But like, currently there is red, white, and yellow, I think, or like red smoky color and then yellow are like the different colors that like, it's just a square tile that just flashes between them. So it'd be cool if there was like 3 or 4 different tiles that like, actually I have a pretty good description of what fire looks like currently. This is basically what fire looks like, but way faster. This is red tourmalines, milk opals, and cut pyrites. It's basically what fire looks like currently in Dwarf Fort, except like about 5 times faster. Just flashing like a strobe light. So they could probably do like lightly animated fire. Bit too sour when made from sauerkraut. I want to try that now though. I have some canned sauerkraut. Make a stew from it. But yeah, no, I just realized they haven't shown anything burning. Like that's something we haven't seen yet. Now I want to know what like smoke and fire tiles are gonna look like. Pickled onions, put them on sandwiches. Problem solved. Pickled onions are great on sandwiches. I'm gonna make iron jewelry. Nope. Oh, did you see that video as well? That just got jammed into everybody's recommended for like a 72-hour period for seemingly no reason, Crow? The dude with the good mustache. Yes. Yeah, no. I too saw that video. But when I saw that video, I was like, really? Other people don't do that? Because I pickle my own onions and my own eggs, and I've been doing it for like 3 years now, so. I always have a jar of pickled eggs, and I always have a jar of pickled onions. Although I pickle white onions, not red onions, so. You just put it in a pot, added water, added a bit of tomato paste, some meat, some spices. Leave it lightly boiling for an hour. But okay enough for leftovers. I mean, I make very budget, not baked onion soup with a similar method. I make the broth out of onion and celery scraps and sometimes bits of carrot scraps. You never heard of pickled onions? Oh, they're so fucking good. Very tasty. Very easy to make too. You just need vinegar and salt, and a little bit of water. Just white vinegar, salt, and water. That's all you need. Your parents had a very large garden. Yeah, same. Like like my mom was way into pickling stuff and making jam, and like I've thought about making like more complicated pickles, but then I'm like, I don't want to like accidentally blow up my fridge. You know, like maybe like let's not do that. Autumn has come. Do you have a porch, Katsu? I don't know what your living situation is like, but if you have a porch with any kind of space, you can grow a garden. Not a big garden, but you can grow a garden. I have a pretty decent-sized garden out on my porch. I can grow small produce like tomatoes, cherry tomatoes, and I can grow bigger, well, not bigger, but things like anything that's leafy and green. So like kale, for example, I can grow pretty effortlessly. The humans have arrived. Time to trade. I think I'm going to hit 1 million views on my YouTube channel today. If not today, then early tomorrow. Probably by the time I wake up tomorrow. That's a big number, man. It freaked me out when my Twitch channel hit a million views, and it's freaking me out now that my YouTube channel is hitting it. What's freaking me out even more is I'm going to pass my Twitch channel in 2 months. By my birthday, my YouTube channel will have more views than my Twitch channel, if it keeps up at the rate it's going. The little streamer that could. The one thing that I can really say to like describe my success as a streamer is that I'm still here. Like, I feel like everybody that was streaming, or most of the people that I knew who were streaming back when I started, have like vanished like a decade ago. It feels like, not a decade ago, like 2, 3, 4 years ago, but like, really? Man. That's like my whole reason for wanting to own a house one day is so that I can purchase, is so that I can have enough land to be able to get chickens. That's something I would like to do one day. This is for stone, so I'm going to screenshot this and put it on Discord. Maple barrel. Oh my god, they brought an eagle, a dog, and a llama? Where's that maple barrel? Look at that, man. They do really like bringing those eagles. Meanwhile, a group of soaring with just a siltstone pestle. Not even a mortar and pestle, just a pestle. And an electrum bar. No, I'm not far enough north. You gotta remember, I am a 30-minute drive from the border. Why are they tributing me? Because I demanded they pay me tribute like 100 and something years ago. You can demand tributes from any faction in the game. Why are you carrying a book called More Glue? He's running around with this book and trying to attend a meeting. Nope. Peace, alliance, or neutral. The fresh eggs were nice. I think it's something that you have to want yourself. If someone else that you live with owns chickens and you have to take care of their chickens, that sucks. But if you have chickens, I see that as being a positive thing. It's like I could totally see like a family having chickens and then you having to help the family take care of the chickens could kind of suck. Cheers, Sax. Go conduct your meeting. Get satisfied after yelling at somebody in charge? Then go do something. Go pray. Roosters can be full aggro? Yeah, roosters can be full aggro. I've certainly been attacked by roosters as a child. I've certainly been there. My cousins had chickens, and yeah. Well, I mean, they're not pets, right? They don't need to be pettable because they're not pets. But I would like chickens one day. If I ever get my own space, I'm gonna get chickens. Then take a nap. I fortunately have been on a normal enough sleep schedule that I haven't needed to take a nap in a while. Transparent object could you use to make bridges? Any form of glass? Is there a particular reason you're trying to make a transparent bridge? Just for fun? I mean, you can make glass bridges. You could also make ice bridges, but it'll melt. I'm trying to think of what other materials can you make bridges out of. I think that's kind of it. But Fycott says that they are the liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. Still at war, I see. I need to import all the wood so I don't upset the elves. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft store ship. You have a deep bridge to cross the bridges to the other side. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, yeah, I would probably just make them out of green glass. All you need is sand. Sand and a glass furnace. It's very simple. You'll need bags for the sand, though. Unless you happen to be on a glacier, in which case then use ice. I mean, yeah, they won't visually be transparent, but if you want to roleplay a transparent bridge, you can make them out of glass. I look forward to our meetings next year, dwarves. Our fortunes rise and fall together. So sell that wire honeycomb. Oopsies. I realize I could totally, you know, do things with those honeycombs, but I'd rather just sell them. Oh, also, ring. Crown. Ear? Ring? Let's go with that. No. It only works for roleplay. There are no transparent, actually transparent materials in DF. Unfortunately. There's kidders. I'll have tarn. Yeah. Yeah. No, it sucks. But it is the reality of things. So if you make a giant glass dome, you can't use it as a greenhouse, basically. Perhaps one day. I have not tried it in a long time, so I don't know. Socks. I do not know the answer to that question. I'm gonna go close the window that's open. It's starting to get chilly. It's very spring-like outside today. but it's still chilly enough that just windows, bars, and fortifications. Yeah, yeah. But you can't make vertical fortifications, bars, or windows, right? Like you can't make above you fortifications, bars, or windows. But inside for Sunlight on Dwarves. How is cave adaptation in the current version? Because I haven't fucked around with it enough to know if it actually works functionally. Oh, also, Clino, I don't know if you were able to watch it all, but I managed to make the Mushroom Kingdom mod mostly work on the current version. It just crashes in world gen a lot, so generating a world is difficult. But once you get a world generated, it works just fine. With no issues. So it'll have to be Saturday when you spend your 99.4 thousand channel points. Do what you gotta do, Darren. We'll see you when we see you. Thank you very much for hanging out once again. And have a good dinner. Or lunch or breakfast or whatever meal it happens to be. Brechter. I don't know. Why do you have a metal crafter necromancer as a migrant? You should ask that metal crafter necromancer where he came from. And why he decided to come to your fort. I don't know what's going on in your fort, man. Seems perfectly normal for Dwarf Fort to me. I knew about grates, but you can make floor bars? I knew about vertical bars. Huh. Weird. I mean, my plan for the ceiling was I was going to do metal grates up in my sky building, this thing. This. I was gonna make a line of grates on these, and then fill it in a line, and then build a line of grates, and fill it in, and then a line of grates. But probably what I'll do actually is just this. And then make these lines of grates along here and here. Don't let the not lovely wife know that you're going out with the lovely one and not her. Can you build bars like floors? Or do bars fall like grates do? Oh, this poor dwarf. You know, I don't think this dwarf should be doing construction. She is carrying triplets after all. She's moving so slowly, holy shit. Okay, Mom. I realize you are carrying a bunch of small children. So I'm just, for future reference, going to remove those two jobs from you. Because you need to be carrying those children and not running around on the edge of very tall buildings. You're making me extremely nervous here, Mom. I'm sure she'll be fine. She's got very sure footing, but still. Be like my teammates in every game and carry me. I mean, she's carrying you and your two sisters. I'm still just fucking shocked that we got triplets, though. Good God, man. Fucking triplets. What actually are the odds for a dwarf to have triplets? Those kids won't be afraid of heights. I mean, yeah, you're right. You can say that again. Am I out of ash or charcoal? Yeah. I'm out of charcoal. Man, I really wish it was possible to buy lava from traders. And juggling 3 of them for some reason. Of course they do. Of course they fucking do. I really hope I have enough charcoal. Kind of got a bit too carried away with the soap. But now we have all kinds of fun soap, like chicken soap, Wolverine soap, pig soap. All that good stuff. Kangaroo soap. Lots of soap. Dwarf soap? No, that's illegal. You don't make Dwarf into soap. Because that would require a dwarf fat. And dwarf fat's not a thing. And this isn't the this is not the Super Mario Brothers mod where I'm wondering about the implications of I mean, the first rule of Dwarf Fight Club is, well, I need to rewatch Fight Club. Has anybody watched Fight Club in the last 10 years? Does that movie hold up? I recently, very recently, got, on last Friday actually, got super baked and watched Starship Troopers, and I can confirm that movie holds up very well. Very, very well. You've never seen Fight Club? What the fuck? You watched it in 2010 on New Year's Eve? Oh my god. Dwarf laws have an exemption for fell moods. Don't, like, fell moods usually end with that dwarf being put in prison for a very long time? I mean, when not sober, yes, that movie holds up. I can't speak to Starship Troopers sober. Although, I know for a fact I'm not the only person sitting here going, they're making a Starship Troopers video game. Please don't be shit, 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 please don't be shit. What's up, Sonic? Thanks for the follow, by the way. First rule of Fight Club is no elves. Well, duh. Second rule of Dwarf Fight Club is don't talk about Fight Club. Well, the reason no elves would be allowed in Dwarf Fight Club is because they'd lose and they'd get battered so poorly into a pulp that they'd all die upon entering the room. So, First rule about Dwarf Fight Club is only invite dwarfs. I absolutely loved it. Yep, that is a perfectly good response to Starship Troopers. It's like when you're like a young growing child and you're the right age for it, that's the greatest movie ever made. When you're definitely not sober adult, it's also the greatest movie ever made. When you're a sober adult, eh. What happens when a gremlin gets into Dwarf Fight Club, though? That's what I want to know. I rarely watch or reread things. Same. Hey, Patolis, what's up? Thanks for commenting on the video, by the way. I very rarely reread or rewatch things. But I've started to rewatch things that I know I like recently. Especially old movies that I remember liking when I was younger. And also complicated movies that have a lot of depth, I guess. Like, I really want to rewatch, for a third time, Parasite. Because that movie has so many hints and layers to it. A movie I'd really like, I would enjoy rewatching would be Knives Out. That's another recent one that I kind of want to rewatch. Because, again, that movie hints at everything throughout. And I would like to go back and watch that and see how many of those details I can pick up on. You have not seen Parasite? Holy fuck, please watch Parasite. Please watch fucking Parasite. That movie's incredible. What's up, geek? How you been? Dodgeball? Never seen it. Please watch Parasite, though. If you like thrillers, please watch Parasite. That movie's so fucking good. So fucking interesting. Like, it's a rare treat to get a movie like that. Which is kind of why I would like to rewatch Fight Club, because I've seen Fight Club once, maybe 1.5 times. And it's been like probably about 10 years. Maybe more. So I should go back and rewatch that movie. Although currently on my list is Alien and Aliens. I know for a fact those are two of my favorite movies of all time. But I feel the need to go back and watch Alien and Aliens again. Fair enough, Geek. Good that you're alive. Well, the YouTube vids are there for a reason, right? And, you know, as I always say, Geek, don't worry about missing streams, because, like, we talk about the same shit, and I do the same things. We have the same discussions. And it's the same level of fun every day. And it's good to talk about the same shit, but there's a lot of retreading that happens in the streams. So don't worry about missing stuff. It's impossible to have a discussion with someone and not, like, miss things. Where... Okay. These elves grow wooden weapons and armor, and I don't like to trade my items made from butchered animals or wood they suspect come from felled trees. Weird how... I wonder how, when Tarn would last test a game. And all the way... I just read that. I don't understand the point, Clino. I'll read it again. Yeah, I don't get the thing. When did I say Prometheus? So here's the thing about me and the Alien series. I like every single one of the Alien films visually. I don't like all of the movies. I love the set design, the costume design, the visual design, the directing, the creature design, and the ship design of Prometheus. I don't really like the story of Prometheus, but I feel the same way about like Alien Covenant. Is it a good movie? No. Did I watch it? Yes. Did I enjoy it? Yes. Is it a good movie? Absolutely not. And I feel that way about Prometheus too. Is it a good movie? No, not really. Do I like it? Yes. Elves don't mind animal products? Oh, there's just blatant incorrect information there. I mean, huh. Interesting. Because I sold them a shit ton of leather not too long ago and they didn't mind. I have absolutely no interest in watching tabletop campaigns or listening to tabletop campaigns. So I will pass, but cheers all the same. You've never seen Prometheus? It's not a good story, but it's a good movie if you just like alien shit, if that makes sense. I've learned to kind of just take what I can get with Alien. I am looking forward to that Weyland-Yutani TV show, though. That I'm looking forward to. I will find a way to watch that. But see, I'm mostly here for the world building. Not so much there for the anything else, really. The only tabletop RPG campaign recording thing that I ever got into was Friends at the Table. And the only reason I got into that was because I really like Austin Walker. And I just wanted to, and I was missing Austin Walker on the podcast that he was on. And so I listened to that for a bit, but I pretty quickly fell off of it. I lasted like a season and a half. And I just kind of got bored. Especially because I started getting annoyed by some of the other people on the show. So, yeah. I mean, Austin Walker is also on other podcasts that I can listen to now, so I just do that. Yeah, same. Well, I would be lying if I said I enjoyed the Aliens versus Predator movies, because I think we'd live in a better world if those didn't exist, but I'm not familiar, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm not big on listening to tabletop stuff. It's just not for me. Someone made a statue of those gray chaos, and as soon as I placed it down, the flying bug came at me to kill all of the animals. Someone made me a statue of a great goose of chaos, and then as soon as he placed it down, a giant flying bug came out to kill all the animals, and the bug killed a very, very drunk dwarves. And 5 minutes after that, migrants came in, and one was a hidden vamp. Sounds like a fun afternoon in Dwarf. Also, I want someone to generate a world in Dwarf Fortress with a goose god dedicated to chaos just for Patolis. Because I'll bet you that that's happened. Sure, but like I can't watch Aliens vs. Predator now. I can play the old Aliens vs. Predator video game, but I can't watch Aliens vs. Predator now. I can still watch Alien Covenant and have a good time. I can still watch Aliens Resurrection and have a good time. I can still watch Aliens, and the other ones and still have a good time. If I watch Aliens vs. Predator now, it's just, actually, unless I'm completely, totally, and utterly inebriated, I'm not going to enjoy that movie. If I'm completely brain blasted and high out of my mind, yeah, okay. Rest of the time, yeah. Absolutely, yeah. You want to be around friends. What if I'm trying everything with you. Statue is all gold. Wonderful. Too bad it summoned a giant death monster from Hellfire. Actually, that's not totally true. There is one D&D podcast I will listen to once a year. One of the podcasts I listen to through Giant Bomb, the Giant Beast Cast, every Christmas they do a Christmas special featuring Austin Walker. And I will listen to that every year. So Austin Walker just comes on in DMs for them, and they play very simple not D&D rule set games. And they're always one-shots, and they're about 3 hours, and I listen to that every year. But that's the extent of the D&D stuff that I listen to. I watched Hell's Reach the other day, 2.5 hours of good Warhammer stuff. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I will actually go back and watch the old 40K stuff that Total Biscuit was on, but that's just because I miss Total Biscuit, not because, like, I want to listen to... Basically what I'm saying is I will occasionally get into D&D stuff content-wise, but it needs to be people that I enjoy watching independently of that. So if it's like... If it's something that is featuring somebody that I like watching a lot, I will go back and watch that. That's not true. I know some people who don't miss TB, which sucks, but it's true. There's definitely some people who don't miss TB. One of the bigger reasons why I miss Total Biscuit, and this is a weirdly personal one, is Total Biscuit straight up told Epion over at Chaos Forge that he would help out Jupiter Hell because he was a big fan of Doom the Roguelike. Total Biscuit was. So maybe if TB was still around, Jupiter Hell would be a huge game. You don't see a reason to lie about it? That's fair. I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't for TB. TB was probably the main was the main inspiration for me starting to create this kind of stuff. Even though I've been obsessed with the games industry since like 2007. I probably would have gone about it a totally different way outside of streaming and creating videos. TB was a controversial figure for a lot of ways. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, he said shit and did shit that I didn't like and don't like and still don't like the fact that he did. But he was definitely overall a positive influence. But it's okay. He still gets the last laugh. I'm not gonna lie, that emote is one of the best fucking memorials you could ever have. Like, for anybody ever, period. Like, what are you doing, Dwarf? Just hanging out by that statue. What's that a statue of? Of Ashen. Oh, of your god. Huh. It's interesting. I mean, Warframe probably wouldn't be what it is today without Total Biscuit. Straight up. Like, Warframe probably wouldn't exist. I doubt they ever would have made it out of their early beta, because his video helped them out so fucking much. It's like there is a small number of YouTubers that have as much influence over the games industry now. It's Mandalore. And it's basically Mandalore and Seth are the only people that have the same amount of power as TB had. Yeah, no, I remember seeing those clips, Danny. I feel like this mechanic needs work. The attend and meeting mechanic. They want to yell at somebody in charge way too frequently. I don't know if this is different in the current version, but... I just started tearing up and stopped the stream. Yeah. I mean, that was how I met TB. I met TB at the Warframe booth. At TwitchCon in LA? It was like the last convention he went to. It was a very brief, oh, hi, Total Biscuit, big fan. And his response was, oh, hi, I need to get back to work. Goodbye. Nope. And then just walked away. I was like, oh, well, I met TV. I have a feeling he was one of those people where he's kind of not the hero you want to meet. Although I've snapped a photo of myself with Jesse Cox at every single convention I've seen him at, and I don't think he remembers me. So, on the topic of famous people within the industry, winter is upon us. Yes. Some people just want to yell at others. Sorry for getting all reminiscent and shit. Universal appeal will do that to you. I mean, you imagine being recognized everywhere can get exhausting? It's exhausting for me, and I'm tiny. Nobody knows who the fuck I am, and I find it exhausting. Should print all of those pictures onto a t-shirt and give them to him at the next convention? Oh. What? I mean, I could just mail it to him in theory. I have 3 photos of me and Jesse Cox now doing this. Because I always go up to him and I say, oh, hey, Jesse, can I get a photo? And he always goes, yeah, sure. And turns around to smile and I say, just make the dumbest face you can. And then we always make stupid fucking faces. I think I need like 4 or 5 more. Although my best ever selfie in history was I got this photo with Witwix at the first TwitchCon I ever went to in 2016, I think. Yeah, anyway, it was this awful photo, and we both agreed right afterwards. He's like, that is terrible. And he just looks at it and goes, wait, can I use that picture of me as an emote? I go, sure, go ahead. And so I took a photo that became one of Witwix's emotes for about a year, and he never credited me with it. I think he tweeted at me once about it. Felt real good. I want to practice a craft. Even though you have a billion crafts and you were literally just practicing crafts. All right, I think it's time to reopen the guild. Guilds. I think that last one I did wrong. Yeah. All visitors welcome. It would be really fun. Yeah, it would be. It would be. I don't know. He makes it pretty clear that he has too much stuff, so. But no, I mean, I will turn off my, like, checkmark badge, because if I'm going to type test into chat, I have that checkmark badge stating that I'm a partner. I'll turn that off when I go watch small streams on Twitch. Like, streams that I don't know, who don't know me, I will turn that off. And when I'm at conventions, there's times where I will just, like, leave the convention for a bit because I'm tired of getting recognized. It's, like, very specific people recognize me, and it's not super common that I get recognized, but it happens enough that it gets annoying. And I'm not even famous. So I guess I'm just kind of envious of people who don't use cameras. But there are certain things I don't use cameras for and certain things I do use cameras for. Pre-season testing for F1 starts in 7 hours, apparently. Hey, it's that blind guy. Yeah, well. Just wait until I go to conventions with a white cane in 15 years. Then I'll actually be that blind guy. I would be terrified, Patolas. Terrified. I'd expect you to throw a live goose at me or something. The thing you would say is honk, and I'd know exactly who you are just instantly. I'd be like, oh god, he said the thing. Well, biggest victories today is that we achieved a second unicorn. Yeah, I mean, so do I. Like, I would never want people to go around and doing dumb shit in my name, Zanny. And people would do that for TB. Like, if someone would, okay, so to give you an idea, like, if TB would make a WTF is, all of the reviews on Steam would just be about the Cynical Army, and TB hated that. Or the Cynical Fleet. TB hated that, right? And you see that with current gen YouTubers too. Like, they put up, like, if Mandalore will put up a video about a game, the first review and most upvoted review and most liked review and funniest review will always be like a, you know why we're here. You know why we're here. You know who sent us. I just honk back at. I probably would just honk back. I'm not gonna lie. Probably would. Give you an oh hey big fan, and I'd be like, why is it windy? Skizuki? Is that how you say that? Hello, what's up? We actually have a command for that. Oi!
This is madness!
Oh, good shit! Patolas. Yeet. I recall very clearly what you first said, Hobo. You said, hi, Stoned Hobo. Because you said that you were you sent me a text saying that you were a big dude in a ghost t-shirt. And you were the second person wearing a ghost shirt that I saw that day. Uh-oh. Was that? Uh-oh. That was a tantrum. And that's a dead dwarf. Who did you kill? You killed Thob? Who the fuck is Thob? Did I have a merchant named Thob? I must have had a merchant named Thob. Yep, I had a merchant named Thob. Well, he got away with it. Literally scratched him to death. Literally scratched him in the head, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle, and fracturing the skull and bruising the brain. Scratched him in the head and killed him. That's fucked up, dude. But for what it's worth, I think the next convention I will go to after all this pandemic shit's done is Roguelike Celebration, which is a very small convention, because that would actually be a like useful convention for me these days. Like, for me, I go to conventions not for fun. I go to them for work. And so I have to, like, look at, okay, what is the most worth it for me? What convention is the most worth it for me? I actually need to add you to a different squad. No, I don't. We're good. Next convention in 2045. I mean, like, you joke, but I probably, the next convention I will go to will be whatever the next in-person roguelike celebration is. Whatever the next in-person roguelike celebration is. Also, Hobo, we had a very big event happen today. We had triplets. A dwarf had triplets. And was moved to Singapore. Oh, God. That's a bit of a distance. I really want to go to TwitchCon EU. Because I want to meet my team. Like, I want to meet Kiri, and I want to meet Bellinair. And the only way that'll happen is if I go to TwitchCon EU, probably. And there's, especially after June last year, after June 2020, there's enough people I do not ever want to see again that are probably going to be at TwitchCon. So Apostle is carrying baby, baby, and baby, and a coffin. Yeah. Baby, 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 and a coffin. Fucking, this mom's a trooper. Holy shit. This mom is a goddamn trooper. Like, look. She's dwelling upon retching and miasma. I have to focus on the practical side of the matter. Yeah, you're carrying 3 fucking babies. Of course you do. She should have been a soldier, not a mom. I think she was in the army for a bit. She's practically the strongest dwarf? Probably, yeah. Early rip the triplets. I mean, I was joking right away that I should drop a boulder on mom and then it would be a triple kill, but... I took her off of construction so that she stays on firm ground. Also, I don't know what's up with this dwarf. This dwarf constantly sleeps outside. I think I need to take you off of hunting, because hunting is just too exhausting a practice for you. You're good at the job, but man. Quadra even? Yeah, it would be a quad. You're right, because it would also kill mom. 152 kills. 15 buck rabbits, 22 chinchillas, 1 chinchilla, 6 kangaroo does, 1 kangaroo doe, 15 kangaroo bucks, 8 emus, 10 doe rabbits, 3 horay marmots, 14 yak bulls, 14 yak cows, 1 buzzard, 4 weasels, 28 chinchillas, 1 weasel, 2 horay marmots, 4 wolverines, 1 wolverine, 4 barn owls, 10 weasels, 7 emus, and 1 porcupine. I think this dwarf needs a nap. No wonder you're asleep in the corner. No wonder this dwarf is asleep in a corner. You want to build houses like I do? What about towers like I do? That's going to be my new tavern at some point. We'll see you later. You have a good nap. They just sleep outside? Yeah, but that dwarf needs a break. How are you guys using archers? Dwarves use crossbows. I'm very perplexed by... How the fuck did that bolt get up there? Huh. It is pre-schmexy, isn't it? I just changed my mind. I don't want to use Hornblade. Because I couldn't remember what color they were. We'll see you later, Goffer. Tomorrow's my day off, so I will not be on tomorrow. But I will be on Saturday. So I'll see you Saturday. But tomorrow there will be a premiere of a team thing, which will be going up on Discord. at 11 a.m. Pacific, but tomorrow I will not be streaming. Tomorrow I will be doing back-end stuff and stream team stuff and other stealthy secret things that I can't talk about yet because I haven't been announced, but will be at some point. Wanky face. Announcements, yes. What is the hole in the middle? The hole is literally nothing right now. I'm thinking long term, what if I could like chuck something in there and it would fall all the way down to lava? But we have hundreds of years. So I gotta think long term. I gotta think long term. Lava hole is way cooler. I mean, big waterfall could work too. Could make it. I could make it. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Just fill it up with buckets. just make it like a suspended aquarium and just fill it up with buckets. I don't know how the. It's not like I can import sharks. Like what would I? Man, I want to make a shark aquarium in a fort now. Fuck. I want like a secret villain shark tank, dude. Because I found a Mako shark once in Dwarf Fortress. And now I'm sitting here going like, fuck, I want to fill up a tank with sharks, dude. Oh, man. Anyway, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. We'll figure it out. Everything is a work in progress. Just like my tattoos, everything in this fortress is a work in progress. To execute people. I mean, not in this fort. This will not be a shark tank in this fort. Currently, there is no bottom on this, so if I were to put something in it, it would go wee splat. I don't know. Currently, it's like it's a viewing platform, so that they can watch the fort from up here. That's the current idea of what it is. But I don't know. And then this over here is going to be a big ol' entry and exit ramp, which is going to connect with this tower. So I need to put more stairs in this tower because currently there isn't enough stairs. But this right here is going to connect to that over there. So basically I need to start building from here up to there. And then I also need stairs to go from here down to here because that's the actual plan. But everything is a work in progress and everything is constantly in flux. What kind of grates do I have right now? Silver? Okay. You plan to capture a dragon, feed people to it? Here's the thing. You don't actually want to do that because they'll kill the dragon. Dragons are very weak. They're very hot at the hot end, but I had a dragon die to a dog. A stray dog. Not even a war dog. Just a dog. It's all a matter of getting around the fiery end. So if you're going to do that, make sure you make sure there's a fortification between the dragon and the thing you're trying to burn. Dragons are very dangerous and can eviscerate your entire fortress, but also can die to something being thrown at them. So if you get a dragon in your fort, in Dwarf Fort, be very, very careful with it. That is my best piece of advice. Be very, very careful with it. Yeah, and they can be war trained. Yeah, put it into a tower and make a flamethrower tower or something. Be very, very careful with it. I had a female dragon that was perfectly tamed that my dwarves could run around that would lay eggs like crazy. And because I didn't have a male dragon to fertilize any of the eggs, I wanted to keep all the eggs because I considered them to be a valuable asset, and I would trade some of them away, and then the rest I would put on pedestals. And I had like a couple hundred dragon eggs around the fort, hoping that I would get a female dragon, and then the fort got too framey, and I moved on to a new fort, or hoping that I would get a male dragon rather. That would be really cool to be able to actually breed dragons. Also, thanks guys for all the follows today. I'm assuming a bunch of people have come over from YouTube's, because I did the sneaky little shout out thing at the end of the YouTube video today. This dwarf's very happy. How's Clay doing, I wonder? Are you hardened? He's getting used to tragedy. There you go. This dwarf has been super depressed a couple of times and has been sent to prison a couple times. What did I do? That's baddie? You're calling me a baddie? What did I do that's bad? I'm trying to think of things I did that was bad. I killed a snail. I squished a spider instead of putting it outside. Why are you calling me a baddie? Oh, for attaching a shout out to the end of a video? It was named Gary. It had a name. What are those house things? I'm not sure what you're referring to as a house thing. Oh, probably toys. Toys are displayed by a tiny little house. So they were probably kid toys. Yeah. So they could be puzzle boxes or toy boats or various other toys. I mass made a bunch of toys not too long ago. Someone actually said that the dwarves look horrible and that their heads are too big. I think they look cartoony and fun, but it's a fair opinion. It's rare that I get like straight up negative comments about DF related things. Generally, people who watch DF stuff are pretty positive, so it's interesting to see negative reactions to things like the look of the dwarves. That's interesting. If you want chibi, Space Fox is chibi? I mean, if you don't like the way the Steam tile set looks, there's thousands of other ones. We had very long discussions about this earlier today, and racism and issues with the way the DF community treats elves. And sure, you can say that, but try and keep those memes to a minimum in this chat, yeah? Like, there's nothing against just burning elves, but, like, I'm trying to kind of keep that as, like, a lower bit of comedy. I mean, I know for a fact Vettlinger already has some information on how to make tile sets, so you'll get an updated Vettlinger tile set. And I'm pretty sure you'll also get a Space Fox one because that creator's been talking with them as well. And Meph has already been putting out they wear firewood. You're not wrong. But just like you can make the memes, just keep them to a minimum. That's basically it. Like, don't overdo it, basically. So like every time I bring up elves, if somebody starts saying, "Hey, kill them," I get annoyed with that. Because there are some problems with people using things in Dwarf Fortress for really shitty means, and I'd rather keep that to a minimum here. You rather play elves to dwarves? Fucking play who you want. I don't care. Who cares? It's all Dwarf Fortress. It's still the same game. I prefer playing elves and goblins in adventure mode. Straight up. I mean, Steam release isn't going to have playable elves. You'll probably still need to mod it. I don't think, anyway. You could play elves in adventure mode. So is Mayday, incidentally. Yeah, Mayday is the next person I want to talk to in interviews. But I'm in no rush. Either on hiatus or working on it. Oh yeah, no. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, yeah, you were completely correct. Two of the most prolific modders are straight up just working on the Steam DF. So yeah, no, there will be plenty of mods on release. And if I have anything to say, and I'm sure if ClinoDev has anything to say, modders will get. Ideally, modders should get access to tools to mod the game a few weeks before release so that they can have stuff on the workshop on day one. How so? I mean, we were talking about this earlier, but like, how so? Candle Pixie. I don't know if you were here earlier for our elf discussion and different races. But they're way too underdeveloped? Oh, all the races are underdeveloped. This is why I play as dwarves and don't care to mod the game to play as other races. All of the other races are too underdeveloped. This is a problem with literally every other species in DF. Although, if you really want to see sad things, look at the animal people. The animal people are depressing because, like, they don't even have culture. Like, they can't even fucking speak to each other. It's so sad. But then you play an adventurer and they're perfectly functional members of society. So, like, uh-oh. Ooh, you just threw a mug? Look at that. And a barrel? And you're fighting with the mayor? You're unable to hit the mayor? Mayor dodges out of there? Fucking runs off? God damn. Ooh. Ooh. That was quite the punch. Dark Skynet, damn. You beat somebody else up? Who the fuck did you just kill? You just killed Diamond Destruct. Damn, dude. Well, I guess you can't go to prison if the Justice Minister is dead. I mean, none of those were actual citizens. So, while that sucks, at the very least they were just the merchants. And also, that's very funny. Diamond Destruct's literally just like, well, off to prison with you right as you fucking died. All right, well, I need to replace Diamond. Hold up. I'm going to give it to somebody who's stable. Someone who's stable. Oh shit, Tiny Goliath, it's a peasant. You need to give Tiny Goliath you know what? I'll just give it to Tiny Goliath. Because I know that you won't kill him. Go get him, Goliath. Although I do need to... assign this to Goliath and this to Goliath. What do you want? You want a ballista arrow. Ballista. No. Okay, Diamond Destruct's corpse is coming to get removed. I am very stable. Dead, but... well, no, I wasn't talking about you, Diamond. I was talking about the other dwarf. Okay, so you should get a beating. Oh, that should also be. Tiny Goliath and also this. There you go. Go beat him. Everyone who's stable once rigor mortis sets in. It's just a beating. Knocked a couple teeth out. That's brutal, man. I don't want to lose more dwarves. This is the problem. Also, I'm real disappointed. I was really hoping that Dark Skynet would get a prison sentence instead of just a beating. Although maybe he will. As opposed to add magic or anything. I'm just going to say what I always say when subjects like this come up, Pixie, which is, I don't think that any of us have any say over what Tarn and Zach should be working on. I think they should work on exactly what they want to work on. And that is the only thing they should be working on. There's, of course, stuff that I would like them to be working on. I remember when I could do the beating. I'm sad that you can't do the beating anymore, man. It's unfortunate that you got forcibly retired. You were a good dwarf. This dwarf is trying to beat criminals and doing a very poor job of it because he's very weak, which is ideal. I'm gonna have to remove you from the military, Dwarf. This poor dwarf, man. Bunger indeed. But yeah, no, they should keep working on exactly what they want to work on and nothing more and nothing less because I don't want them to burn out. And burnout is a real problem. You're a salad master, but are you a gate? I don't know where we're going with that. So what kind of salad do you have? How was work, Squad? Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, while there's things that I think they should be prioritizing, I'm not going to sit here and say I think they should be working on this because, frankly, I don't know what they should be working on. I would rather Tarn is happy working on Dwarf Fortress than literally anything else. Which is why I want the Steam version to be done. And I don't want the Steam version to be done because I think that it should be done and I should be allowed to buy it and play it now because I am an entitled shit. I think it should be done because I want Tarn to go work on something else because he sounds bored. And I want him to be happy and have fun working on Dwarf Fortress, right? And it's very clear he's bored out of his fucking mind. Rather than make unremarkable requests or unreasonable requests? I mean, we don't know what an unreasonable request is, right? Unless I've seen the code and no programming, I don't know what's an unreasonable request, right? So it's really difficult to say. I would rather they go work on, like, personally, I would rather they go work on diplomacy and give us a proper diplomacy system. I don't know how easy or how hard that is. I don't know how major or small that is. I don't know how long that would take. I don't know how ingrained all this stuff is. I don't know what they have planned, right? I don't know what they're thinking forward for. I don't know what their vision is. So I don't know if that's an unreasonable request. Yeah, no, totally, right? I mean, I want to see Tarn make a magic system and procedurally generated magic just because he sounds excited about it. And when Tarn is excited about something, it's going to be weird and interesting, and I know I'm going to like it. So, that's all that really matters over here, IMO. Anyway, it's been a good amount of time. We are about to roll over into the new year, and this dwarf is worrying me. I mean, that's what Dwarf Fortress already is. It's already great for modding. You want super developed elves? Play Masterwork. Not that they're super developed, but do you want more developed, more playable elves? Go play Masterwork. And we'll get Steam Masterwork after Steam's out. Also, can you do me a small favor? Try and use that smiley less. Because it doesn't mean what you think it means. This is something I try and communicate to people very calmly and clearly, but please try to not use that smiley. It's a really shit smiley. It's just staring into my fucking soul. Also, investments are open. Heads up, chat. Hey, caveman. Sup? Size hunger. Yeah. So try to not use that emote, please. If you want to have conversations with me and not irritate me, try to not use that emote. Are you Mr. Satan, Squad? Spring has arrived. How many deaths do we get? See, this is why I use this smiley. Twitch has a few options for smileys if you have Prime. Just the default Twitch smiley. Like literally just colon bracket. The default fucking Twitch smiley is awful. How do you do that? You have Twitch Prime and you set it in your settings. I don't think I lost anybody. How old is my mayor now? You have to be like fucking 7,000 years. 164. My mayor is now. 164. Yeah, the robot one. The default smiley. It's just a really poorly designed smiley. Like, you can use it, but just realize it's like a worse version of Kappa. It's like a heavier amount of sarcasm version of Kappa. Dark Skynet is wandering around obliviously. Well, is what it is. Oh, hey, they heard I was making a bunch of stuff out of diorite, so they brought us some diorite blocks. So nice of them. All right, guys. That's 2 years of time spent in Longdeath. So I think that's Longdeath and DF for today. So I'm going to save. The biggest thing that happened today was the triplets. Now don't just run away, because I'm not ending. I'm just switching games. Yeah, biggest event today, fucking triplets. And the few dwarves died in a tantrum. But, like, fucking triplets, man. Fucking triplets. That's just absolutely wild. Absolutely fucking wild. Absolutely wild. But it's time for us to swap games. So we're switching over to Dungeon Mans. How to get Gear VR virtual desktop working? Oh, neat.